Hello, everybody. 4 people. Hello, Scott. Hello, Sam. Sorry I was late. I had some technical difficulties, but I won't bore you with those. So I wasn't actually really feeling like doing a live today, but I need some escapism. So I've got a really beautiful place, as you can see. It's in the forest. And for 5 days a week, it's just incredible. Of course, there's always some external noise, and that's part of, I see that as part of the journey of learning to of learning to be present, of learning not to let intrusion take you out of self or an embodied place. And I don't do very well at that. I find external noise takes me straight into the mind, takes me straight into wanting to control, straight into feelings of frustration. But a little bit is all good. It's a teacher. But then 2 days a week, the weekends, his house next door gets rented to a family. And this weekend, it's being rented to an extremely large family. Now, don't get me wrong, they're doing nothing wrong. They're just being a family and being of their culture. But part of that culture is and it's lovely, it's beautiful, like it's openness, it's community, is leaving your front door open. So I can just hear everything. And what it just stops me from being able to be like, basically what I spend most of my time doing now is just lying down and listening to a podcast and experiencing some sort of embodied state, let's say. Others might use the word meditation. But when you just know that out of every 10 seconds there's going to be a scream or a shout or something, it's just impossible for me to get into that state. So here I am doing a live instead. I don't feel energetically really in a place to do a live, but I either need to, if I don't do this, I need to leave and there's nothing to do. So here I am. How are you all doing? Now there is something I want to do here, but I kind of want to do it with Kiwi in the chat. I'd like to go into. I always feel self-conscious at this part of the live. So at this point of the live and up to the first 20 minutes, I always feel like I've made a huge mistake and I want to get off. And I don't know what I'm going to say. And I'm convinced that the live is going to end in the next 10 minutes because I am feeling self-conscious. But then we always seem to get through it. But Kiwi left a. Oh, here he is. So if you were in, I think it was 2 lives ago. Let's just sound quiet there. Well, yeah, you won't be able to hear it, but there's a lot of background noise, which is kind of, yeah, I've just gone into all that. Yeah, I am. I'm tired of being disturbed by the masses. I'm looking for my cave. I realized what this channel has become. I thought when I started it, I thought it was a travel channel, a travel vlogging channel, where we were going to travel the world and see the world. But I realized what it's become is more of an exploration into how possible it is to A, survive Agenda 2030, and 2, find peace. Is there anywhere? I mean, and admittedly, I've learned this by coming to a continent where it is going to be difficult to get peace. Southeast Asia offers so much and is so wonderful, and I highly recommend it. It's great, the people are great, everything is great, but it's not quiet. So yes, I think we'll be moving on from Southeast Asia quite soon. But that also fills me with sadness, and there's a lot of resistance there. I don't know if I'm ready to do it. I feel I might need to dance in this story a bit more with another country or two before I finally accept that. Yeah, I already know intellectually that when I speak of like my sanctuary that I find. I know it's not on this continent. I already know that, but for some reason I'm not quite ready to let go because it is so amazing. Well, I think I've just answered that question. So I've been recording videos for this channel recently. The last 3 days of videos have had a few different subject matters, but running through them has been this constant back and forth within me on whether I'm going to leave Vietnam or not. And basically, what I recorded today was like, yeah, okay, it is time. I've experienced Vietnam. I know what it is. I love it. It's incredible. But yeah, it's time to try another country. So someone is intending to listen to me while we do a 10-minute run. That reminds me when I watched my live back. So obviously I'm a novice. I'm learning this skill. I don't read the comments out. So if someone wants to just listen to my live streams, they hear me riffing off, but they don't know what I'm riffing off on. So I'm going to try and remind myself to read the comments, because when I listen to live streams, I don't want to look at the screen. You know, that's the beauty of live streams. You can just listen, and that's the majority of the content I consume now is stuff that you can just listen to. I've got a huge aversion to LED light, which just keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and blue light, and awful. 50. How could you possibly think I'm 50? It's turned into a nice little series, hasn't it? Couple more. I'm releasing 2 videos today. Definitely one of them is about him. They might both be about him. I've recorded so many videos recently. I just have no idea what is being released today, to be honest. But it was only recorded yesterday. But you know, I might it's just I'm doing 2 or 3 videos a day, so it all merges into one. But yeah, 10-Man Saga. Yeah, so I think I've already released the video where I'm aware that I have just projected a whole story onto this man. Like, none of it might be true. However, I just think if you're living in a tent, you're interesting. At the very least, you're interesting. At the very least, you've stepped outside the box. But I also just think when you're living with so much space and time, it's impossible to not be self-observing. You know, it's the only reason people aren't, you know, it's the matrix that stops people from cracking, and their ego and loads of other things. But that people are just too preoccupied to meet themselves. But once you take away the occupation, the the enslavement, essentially, you know, it's inevitable you're going to have thoughts, and I feel like most people will get to the point where they want to examine these thoughts because they're driving them fucking crazy. Kiwi's here, right? Let's You're so good, mate. You're so good. I fucking love you, Sam. I'm starting to think that we should exchange WhatsApps, Kiwi. You're the sort of person I want in my life. So, on a couple of lives ago, oh yeah, that was it. So I offered Kiwi, well, we were just delving in, and when you meet a man like Kiwi, you know, there's no issues with triggering, you know, there's just inquiry, because one is not of the ego enough to be offended by anything. And there was nothing offensive in what I said, but the reason I say that is because, you know, an unconscious person who isn't flowing through life as beautifully as Kiwi is would actually have got triggered by what I said. So basically, I offered him a reflection where he was claiming contentment through his lifestyle, which I don't doubt at all. I can see that, and the way he carries himself, everything about the man. Clearly, a content, present man, and he acknowledged, or not acknowledged, but he just stated that his lifestyle of basically constantly moving, but obviously at a slow, beautiful, present pace, keeps him in the present, basically, and in his words, stops mental health issues. And I totally agree with that. Love it. Think it's great. But then I asked him if he would be able to stay in that state and stay still, because for me that requires another level of meeting of oneself. It's kind of like the next stage. And this isn't me claiming I'm at that stage or anything like that. It's just an inquiry. And then we kind of got into me basically stating, because ultimately I am seeing this life as learning as much as I can to basically be present enough. And this is obviously all my theory, projection, and guesswork. None of this is based on anything other than, you know, my experience of life and a few guesses, I guess. But when I pass over, I believe that a more enlightened being might have more choice via their presence to not just grab onto, you know, the samsara cycle, whether that looks like Jesus, whether that looks like a light at the end of the tunnel, God knows what. And this is Kiwi's response. He wrote it in a separate video. I've only glazed over it because I knew I wanted to do this. You talk about an ethereal being having autonomy and choice. Yes. If that's what we really are, then perhaps we've chosen to forget why we are here. Yeah, so this is where the contradiction comes in terms of from what I'm saying, really, because, and again, it's all just fucking belief. So it's all just story. It's all just nonsense. And again, I'm talking from my point of view because I'm talking about being an ethereal being, as he rightly says. So therefore being autonomous and having some choice. But I don't believe that we really have a choice of being here. So that doesn't really make sense, does it? Why would you not have a choice to be here, but you may be able to have some sort of choice if you've done a shitload of self-work, which again is obviously probably just my ego talking. Yeah, that doesn't actually make sense. So there's the first contradiction in my theory. So I'm not convinced that after death, we'd be so confused that we'd immediately hand our power away to the first authority figure that appears. But, and I know this isn't relevant for you or I, people are doing that on this earth. So if they're this ethereal being that has chosen to be here, well, they are giving their authority away. I don't believe, like, why would it change? I mean, I guess because we're in a different state and maybe a different consciousness. I'm not convinced that after death, we'd be so confused that we'd immediately hand over our power to authority. No, I'm not convinced either. I'm not convinced by anything. Like, it's all just inquiry. But that's what we're doing here. So I suppose my thinking is that you kind of cross over with your consciousness. And if your consciousness is enslaved, then it's still, I remember, and again, it's just a channeler. It means absolutely fuck all. But I can't remember which one it was. I think it might have been a QAnon one. So it really means absolutely nothing. I'm going back a long time. But she probably astral traveled or something like that, if it's even true. I don't know. I don't know if it's all just spiritual ego and story. And when she traveled, she saw a load of like what had been Chinese people, Chinese souls, still working in an office factory, like, but in the ethereal, because they're, I'll just use the word ego, but you know, they weren't able to cross over, like they weren't able they weren't able to surrender to death. So rather than that, they chose to like lie to themselves and think that they were still alive, and they're just fucking still in the you know, the factories that they spend 12 hours a day in and then sleep outside. And it means nothing though, because it was just some channeling person, and I think they were channeling about QAnon at the time, so why am I even bringing it up? But you know, nobody knows anything. So when I was watching the live back, I was like, is that a projection? Maybe, actually, I don't know. Maybe there are some people on this earth that know. I mean, I don't think there's many or any. I don't think you can know. I really believe that. And that's what all the greats came to, Socrates in the end. They all like just came to, you know, the great mystery. But I just saw how much I'm emphasizing that. And I think that's partly because of the projections I get onto me. Like trying to make it a bit softer, even though I know my energy is fucking brutal. But there's not much I can do about that other than keeping on self-observing and doing the work and getting a little bit softer as we go. What am I fucking yammering on about? Immediately hand over our power to the first figure that appears. I prefer to see death as a return rather than an escape. Yeah, I mean, that feels a lot nicer. I'd like that too. Yeah, so, essentially your reality is a reflection of your internal. So what this really reflects is that Kiwi has a much calmer, much more just stoic, less traumatized, less manic, less egoic internal, I think. I prefer to see death as, yeah, so obviously because I'm coming from, let's just say a traumatized place still. I mean, that feels too strong, but it's simple. I'm framing it as escape, because I see this world more as a challenge than a joy, and I'm pretty confident in saying that Kiwi will see it more as a joy than a challenge. So therefore, that will obviously be reflected in what you're going to project onto what you think the afterlife may be. The life is the temporary experience, an amusement ride, if you like. If we're returning to our natural state, why assume we'd be less capable than we are here? Well, I haven't assumed that we'd be less capable. That's not what I've done. I've assumed that our consciousness would be what it is. I mean, I see us as very incapable here. So that's not quite right, but I do understand your premise. If we're returning to our natural state, why assume that we'll be less capable than we are here? I mean, if anything, the chances are we're more capable, isn't it? If we're just of the ethereal. I suppose, and again, this is probably my projection, but it just feels a bit too good to be true. It just feels exactly what the spiritual ego would make up to reassure itself. Just like the Christian reassures themselves with Jesus, just like the law of attraction person satisfies them with angel numbers. Like we will find whatever we need to find to reinforce our belief system. And that is, so I guess I used to basically align with that. And then I got just repulsed by the love and light scene, what has taken over the new age scene. And I remember holding, it was basically, I just like shadow work. I'm not into these spiritual fakey people. So I think because I got so repulsed by them who basically think along those lines, but not as deeply, I think I just rejected that whole, it's the soul contract stuff. It's the we chose to come here stuff. It's the, I think Jeroen really, because he's like so into that and big, and I must also acknowledge that I am having a reaction to the fact that I pedestaled him. So it's not actually, it's not him. It's me being ashamed or embarrassed. Yeah, okay, but let's use those words. It's me being embarrassed of how much I pedestaled him. So now I feel a real aversion to him, even though I still feel love for him, and I still watch his videos. But yeah, through that process of seeing that I'd pedestaled him and that actually there was loads of just story going on. That was kind of like the final nail in the coffin that just made me push it all away and go down this much darker route. But then it's also that 15-gram mushroom trip I had where I was kind of shown that I won't go into it too much because I've said it a lot, but that we are consciousness experiencing itself through us, and our consciousness is where consciousness is at because it's entrapped itself here through us. So basically it couldn't stand its purgatory of loneliness, so it created this simulation and got lost in it. So if that's true, then absolutely my theory is again, but then it's all just one anyway. Oh, fuck it, who cares, man? Let's just try and enjoy life. Good to have you here, Kiwi. So I don't think it's going to be a very long live. Yeah, but then it's just noise. I'm not doing a live. Like, yeah, so this is mental. Like, it's just, well, it's not mental. It's not mental. It's just I live on the other side of the world, and it's obviously a culture that I'm not used to, which I have great respect for. Um, but obviously, sometimes things are a bit shocking when you've spent, the best part of 40 years living in the West. Ah. So really nice family, like just a family, very big family. Have rented both sides of the semi-detached house. So I totally get it. Like they're leaving the doors open. One, because they have this beautiful communal culture, and two, because they want to go in between the two houses constantly. But when it got to 9 p.m. last night, I sat here for half an hour debating with myself whether I was just going to allow my whole evening to be wrecked and be a people-pleasing pussy, or whether I was just going to go and very nicely ask them, could you just close the doors? And I decided I was going to be a people-pleasing pussy. Like it filled me with so much anxiety, like so much like not wanting to put the other out. Obviously, like it's not my country. Who am I to tell anyone? No, I'm not telling. I'm just asking. I'm just making a request. But then I snapped. Like one of the kids just really started screaming. Um, so I went down. It was a lovely interaction. I was like, "Excuse me, hi. Do you think you could just close the door?" And they were like, "Oh yeah, sorry, sorry." I was like, "No, don't be sorry. You're doing nothing wrong. You're just a family. But if you could just close the door, amazing. Perfect, no problem." And then I suppose I naively thought that they would take that experience and have some awareness from that experience that when they're noisy and well, not noisy, when they're just existing and the doors are open, it disturbs me. So I naively assumed that they wouldn't leave the doors open today. They've been open all day. So, it's the daytime, they're doing stuff. So basically, I feel like I've already accepted I'm going to have to go and do the same thing again. Like there isn't that awareness going forward. It was just in that moment, it seems. So I've accepted I'm going to have to go and do it again. I don't feel I can do it at whatever time it is, like 6 o'clock, because they're still active. The kids still running around. Like they have the doors open for a reason. But when it gets like 9, 10 p.m., like it was last night when I went down, there's no need for those front doors to be open. The benefit for them isn't greater than the detriment for me when it gets to that time. But I feel like in the day, the detriment for them is actually greater. Because they are actively going in between the two houses. Like that's how they're living. It's a big family. It's basically one big house, but it's split into two. And obviously, they would prefer it if it was just one big house. So I've got to keep doing this live. So yeah, I was going to try and encourage you to give me some money. That's what all that was leading up to. I was going to say I'm not going to do this live for long unless you give me money, but that's not true. I've got to, because if I'm not doing this, I'm just going to get angry. And there's nothing to be angry at because they're not actually doing anything wrong. It's just an unfortunate situation, and me not living in the right place for me, and I've only learned that by living here, and the reason I've been here so long is because I love it so much, and there's so much that is so amazing about it. But I've just got to accept that I need to let go and move on, because it is too noisy for me. But of course, there's also benefits to that. Like I can totally see from their point of view, like they have an amazing culture. Like they have such a communal, communicative, alive, homogenous, beautiful culture. But it's impossible to be part of that as an expat. I mean, I personally would never want to be. I just like being alone. But even if you are a socialite, like, yeah, you can have drinks with them and yeah, they'll be super friendly and all that, but you'll never be one of them. It's like the myth that we're told about assimilation, and they can never really assimilate. I mean, they don't even try in England, but it's not really possible, is it? Like it can be jovial at best. So there's no benefit to me from it, whilst I can respect it from afar and recognize that, like, wow, that creates a really patriotic, strong country, and I really wish we had more of it in England. But yeah, there's no benefit to me. Still, I've just seen that you never know who's lurking again. It's for Kiwi! Oh man, everyone loves you so much. Do you even get haters? You must do. Like every YouTuber gets haters. But I feel like you are like unanimously loved. As much as one can be in this divided world. Of course you'll still get stick. Well, there's not much grifting going on because no one's fucking coughing up. Come on. Hills of the Balkans. Yeah, well, this is where I'm being called to, actually. My geography is terrible, and I get self-conscious when I'm live, so I doubt myself. But I do know where the Balkans is like. Oh, hang on, do I even know the Balkans? It's East Europe, right? Shit. Am I fucking making an absolute tit of myself? Yeah, it does work. Where are the Balkans? Oh, God, it never understands my Sheffield accent. Where are the Balkans's? Oh, cannot load him. I give up. I'm pretty sure I know where it is. But yeah, that's where I'm feeling really called to. That's where I'm going to head to. I'm not going to say the actual country's the first country that I'm really called to. But then I might as well because it's probably going to be 5 years away. But yeah, I'm really called to Eastern Europe, which I think. Oh, God. Oh dear, I'm such a spaz. Anxiety, is that the right word? I suppose it is an anxiety. What it puts me into the controller, it puts me into the ego, it puts me into everything that I'm trying to experience not being, everything that I have always been, everything that I just automatically ran on when I was unconscious, which is basically trying to control my existence and the external. And it just stops any surrender. And then I get into this angry, frustrated place, or I have to leave it or do something like this, or I have to go and knock on the door. Well, not knock on the door because it's fucking open. I have to, hello. Fucking hell, it's life, man. It's just so stupid. It's just so fucking absurd. Yeah, this part of the world is nothing like India. And you don't need to be scared of Southeast Asia. Honestly, it's the safest place in the world. It's amazing. Like because it's a homogenous, well, because at the end of the day, we've got to start accepting that ancestry and DNA and a people's that matters. Sorry, I've just lost my train of thought. Let me. So somebody, right? So have you seen that unbelievable incident in Brazil that happened yesterday? I think. I mean, it's just incredible. Where this 21-year-old Western person, I forget which country, has put her life into the hands of some low IQers. And somebody broke down the IQ range in Brazil. And I forget what it was, but it was basically, it was pretty much this. It was the darkest of them were like 65 to 75 IQ, I think. And the more Hispanic were like 80 to 90, and the white was like 95 to 105. So that's the Brazil IQ levels. So that totally blows out of the water. The environment is the reason. It comes from ancestry, it comes from DNA. And environment, I think she broke down scientifically has been proven, but obviously that means nothing in 2026. Can affect IQ by 5 to 10%. So the point being that so what happens is 3 of the IQ 65s to 75s. I mean, it's so again, it's like, is it even real? Because it's like it couldn't be more. I've never seen a bungee jump done like this. So usually a bungee jump, at most, they might get a little push in the back, but this one, she's in the air. The 3 guys, so one's on her feet, one's on her stomach, and one's on this area. And she's like this, and they walk down to the end of this bridge and throw her off. And of course, they forgot to tie the bloody bungee rope on. I mean, I'm getting to the point where, I mean, yeah, I was going to say, like, why would this even be a psyop? But again, it brings up stuff like this. It brings the race thing up again. It brings the IQ thing up again. It brings up the clear disparities. And then it makes people talk about it, which is what they want, because then people realize, you know, that we can't live like we are doing and that change needs to happen. And then there's no change. And then that forces people to take it in their own hands. And then they can lock you up and bring in digital IDs and surveillance and all that. But the video, like, is, yeah, I guess it's in Spanish. Oh, no, it's Portuguese in Brazil, isn't it? But the video is like somebody's videoing them taking her and throwing her off, and then they go straight to the rope. Now, maybe they realize, because obviously you'd expect to see the rope move, and it doesn't. But it was like it almost seemed a bit contrived. So to link that back to your comment, I don't really know what I was going to say. It was something along the lines of there's huge differences between peoples. And my experience of Southeast Asia and females that I spoke to who are in Southeast Asia is that it's incredibly safe. And the people here, they don't, of course, there's always going to be the odd one, but you will be, as a Westerner, especially the UK and Europe and the way it is now, like the lack of trust that we have now, which is so sad, because I saw I think it was an old Japanese prime minister, or maybe a Chinese prime minister from the past, from the not that far long ago, 1990s maybe, visited England, and he saw he's in a subway. He saw a table with newspapers on, and then a honesty box, and he wrote, like, this is a sign of, you know, how civilized the British are, and of an incredibly high trust society. Can you imagine now that the Ugga Buggers would just fucking destroy it for fun? You know, they just take them because they can. Not, and they can't even read, but they'd still take the newspapers. Have I linked it back to this yet? So, yeah, so we did used to have a high trust society, but what we experience now, like, we have no idea. Like, when you come out here, when I first went to Thailand, I was gobsmacked by how high trust it is. As in, like, you park your bike and you leave your key in your bike, you leave your wallet in the side bit, you leave your phone in the other side bit, and there's a by mistake, obviously, because you're a retard like me, and there's a very, very, very high chance, unless you're in a tourist area, that they will still be there when you come back. And that's also my experience in Vietnam. People say Vietnam is less so, but that's not my experience. But, you know, attacks and, you know, what a woman would be scared of, understandably, very, very rare out here. Very rare. You know, they live with a pride. They live, because it's a homogenous society. Like, they really care what other people think. Like, to do something like that is to risk everything. I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming, because, you know, it's a very very different and complex culture. But this is what I feel and pick up. And you know, so even if I walk certain streets in England, I don't feel safe. I've never, ever, 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 ever walked a street in Southeast Asia and not felt safe at any time of the day in any of the countries I've visited. Ever. India's a completely different beast. So I think that's why I got onto this whole Brazilian example. And, you know, like, they have completely different culture. Way less respect, way more carnal, way more sexual. Yeah, like India, like, don't go to India. Like, that is not safe for a woman, absolutely. But I think Southeast Asia, very safe for a woman, whilst acknowledging that life always comes from risk. Hang on, why am I assuming you're a woman? It's because you said that you're scared of that part of the world, so I just assumed you're a woman. But actually, judging by your profile picture, you're not. I would highly encourage you to come here and realize that it's all a story. well, no, they've had, along with South Korea, I think they've had the most rapid growth of all the countries in Southeast Asia. And, I mean, Singapore is an absolute powerhouse financially and economically, and very strict immigration. Like, they don't need, they're not, you know, they're a very self-sufficient country. And then South Korea, I watched a really interesting video about how, oh, am I going to be able to do this justice? No, I'm not. So basically, they have the highest offing rate. I think it's even higher than Japan. And basically, because they grew so fast, they have a custom, and I can't quite remember what that custom is, but it's basically, if you fail, you bring shame to the whole village. So the economy and country transformed from rural villages to offices and cities and modern living within one generation. So that generation still holds on to this custom, and it's not, and it's like, I won't be getting this quite right, but it's massive. It's like, if you fail and you bring shame to a village, it's over. Like, it's just over for you. The village is over for everyone. And it was something, and it's based on, this is a bit that I'm going to get wrong. It's based on, yeah, I think it's like what the tradition was. Yeah, I think this is it. That the village chooses the most intelligent child, and they all, you know, all the villagers were very poor, and they pool their money together over this child's lifetime, or they might send one a year, maybe. It's probably that. I can't quite remember. But the most intelligent child, that they have the most hope will be able to bring money back to the village, basically, if they go into, even then, like, there would have been like one city, I guess. And so they all put money together, and they invest in you, basically, and then you go off, and if you fail, like, they're fucking very angry. And also, it's just too shameful. Like, most of them end up ending themselves. So there's still that mentality, but now we're in the modern world, so it doesn't fucking work anymore, because obviously everyone's failing all the fucking time, and you know, it's just, I can't quite remember, but basically, the offing rate has just gone through the roof, because they've still got this tradition that makes it basically impossible to function in the modern world. I haven't quite explained it. I haven't quite nailed it. Maybe someone in the chat can, but it's something along those lines. Both countries are very high on the list. I've just got to exhaust the Southeast Asia thing first. I've just got to you know, it was a big part of me that created a story that Southeast Asia is the best place in the world, is the place I want to be. So I've just got to let that story play out a bit, because I'm not quite ready to let go of it. You know, there'd be a part of me, if I moved on now, there'd be a part of me that was like, what if, you know? So I've just got to, you know, really show that part. Like, no, come on, this is great. It's amazing. I understand why you love it, but we can find somewhere that fits the whole of Tom better. Oh man, this is big. This is big. You know, they claim that they have no money, yet they've replaced all, and it was during COVID as well. It was just so strange, wasn't it? They replaced all the lampposts when we didn't need replacing. So we had these beautiful amber, gorgeous, old-fashioned, like, such a gorgeous light, like walking under those amber street lights at night. It was beautiful. It was quintessential. It was English. It was great. I used to love it without even realizing, because that was just normal. And then they lock us all down, and at the same time that there's a pandemic and no one can be near each other, they feel that they need to get a whole workforce to go out there and work in groups, to put up these horrendous LED lampposts that completely ruin the atmosphere, that make walking at night feel like a physical assault to anyone that's not completely numb. And they just look awful. Like, it's just a horrible light. And also, they had that funny little antennae on the top. Like, when these things were going up, I was obsessed with it. I even got to the point where I ordered so they have a generic key that opens all of them, and I ordered one online, thinking that I was going to go on some fucking vigilante mission. Did I take the one out behind? I better not admit to anything. I know there was one right outside my bedroom window. It was horrendous. It was horrendous. And that's, I was at this point, to be honest, I don't think I was even really noticing the change in light. Like, this is how unconscious I was. So this was 2020. I probably was, I probably was like, oh, that doesn't feel good. But I was nowhere near as sensitive as I am now, as in de-layered, as in deconditioned. And that's not me saying I have no conditioning. That's me saying I've managed to take some of the layers off. So I don't think the LED bit repulsed me. No, at night it did. Like, I definitely noticed it in my bedroom. Anyway, but what I was fucking freaking out about was that little antennae thing on the top of them. Like, what the fuck's that? And obviously, this is when 5G was exploding, and people were really like, again, like, that's another fucking, we've got no money to fill the potholes. You're all locked down. There's this deadly pandemic, but we're gonna introduce a new internet system that requires. Oh yeah, that's what those fucking antennas are, aren't they? So 5G requires antennas like every 5 meters. So we're going to invest in all of this because your download speed. It's definitely not surveillance. It's definitely not energy zapping. It's definitely not anything nefarious. It's because we're so concerned about your download speeds. Oh, this is the problem, isn't it? I don't think Japan's for me. I'm not sure I'd get in. They have very strict immigration, and because I have been deported previously, I'm not sure I'd get in. And then if I did get in, would I get into trouble? Is it too what I claim I wish for? I mean, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because make sure I word this carefully. What I actually really want is for everyone to be free and individualized and a character and their true, authentic selves. Like, that's the world I really want to see. But actually, um, yeah, I better not really speak into it because I might potentially want to try and go there. And it's so frustrating because I wasn't even going to say anything negative. I was just going to speak deeply into human consciousness. But because everyone is unconscious, it will be taken negatively because everyone is because to remain unconscious, you have to get offended. Because when you get offended, what you can do is project and make the other the problem rather than hearing what it is that you currently, up until this point, have never perceived in this life, which is beyond your current level of perception. So people just get triggered and then fucking I won't even go into it. What's Kiwi saying? See, everyone just fucking loves you, Kiwi. I'm a bit jealous. I hope to be not you in 20 years, of course not. I want to be my version. But yeah, it's your softness. It's your stoicness. I know what you mean. I know folk who are incapable of not having TV, radio, or any sort of distraction. Yeah. Have you ever heard, Tom, have you ever heard of David Goggins? If you have, hang on, no one sent any money. Why am I doing this? 45 minutes. Is anyone going to send any money? Are we going to go on for more than an hour? Oh, yeah, but I've got to go on. Ah, fuck it. Let's just do it. Let's just do it and trust that somebody will be kind and giving. If you have, what are your thoughts on him? I don't know him. I don't know him. Surprise, surprise. And of course, he wants to tell us, not that, not that it's anything to do with his ego. Not that the Christianity is of the ego because it's of the wanting answers, it's of the belief, it's of the mind, it's of the knowing, it's of the trying to control, trying to understand rather than surrender. So of course he must let us know that he's at church. But Koenig, I hope you're having a wonderful sermon. I like you very much, and I'm very impressed by the fact that you haven't cancelled your membership yet. Let's see if I can push you a bit more today, test that a bit more today. But I always really admire people who, so whilst it's my perspective that he's incredibly conditioned and acting out of fear, hence Christianity, he is obviously very short in himself. And that shows in the fact that he keeps his membership going, even when I rip apart his silly belief system. No, no criminal record. I might have one in Thailand. But now in the UK, all right, so I think this is a troll because they've got multiple profiles asking the same thing. Yes, yes. Oh my God, yeah. So this is just the same person. It has a history of violence. Isn't it awful how people just have no integrity, no dedication to truth whatsoever? And they're just vile. Like being willing to lie is just the lowest form of consciousness. It's just disgusting. And I don't know if I can even get words into how vile it is and what it represents. But it's coming from the mire. It's coming from the insanity. Like they're so in it that they are just of it. They've totally given themselves to the system and to untruth, and they can't stand truth. It makes their blood boil because then they have to fucking acknowledge that they don't know anything and they can't stand it. So they would rather make up lies. And this is just leftism all the way through. Let's ban these people. It's just disgusting. Absolute disgusting. He has a history. Okay. When I was 15 was the first time I got arrested. Was it the only time I got arrested? I think it's the only time in England I've been arrested. Yeah, it's the only time I've been arrested. Andy Hinch, no, that's a footballer. David Hinchcliffe was his name, I think. Big businessman in Sheffield, the Hinchcliffe brothers. And they got done for fraud, which is obviously just fucking... fraud is such a fucking... It's just government tyranny most of the time. Plebs will be like, oh, everyone should pay fucking shitloads of tax if they're rich. But if you're a businessman and you're going to be intelligent enough to see that the government just waste all your money and are tyrannical with it. Maybe you haven't seen they're tyrannical with it, but you can definitely see they waste it because you understand how finances work. And you can see that the government just wastes it all, even if you haven't woken up to they actively use it against you. Trying to find loopholes and stuff like that in tax, I don't, for me, that's not crime. For me, tax is the crime. They got done for fraud. So what that means, who knows? It probably just means they were intelligent. Anyway, so they had this massive mansion. I was 15 or something. And the year below, so we kept hearing these stories at school. Like the year below, we're going in there every night and finding like thousands of pounds of equipment, and it was this millionaire's mansion. Anyway, after about 7 days of hearing this, me and it was one friend? I think it was just me and a guy called Paul. We went in through a window, and it had already been completely trashed, and there was nothing there. Like it had all been taken. Anyway, we were just fucking reprobate fucking idiots, and we just started. It was totally trashed, and we just started chucking shit through windows and. Oh my God, fucking 20 minutes later, we were surrounded by like fucking 6 cop cars, dogs, the lot. It was fucking terrifying. So we ran up to the loft and they announced on the speaker that if we didn't give ourselves up, that they were going to send the dogs in. So at that point, we tap on the window of the loft and we're like, wait. So we got arrested then. I got a reprimand So my understanding of a reprimand is that they vanish after a few years. I don't know. That is probably still some. So I suppose you could classify it as a criminal record. I don't think you can class it as violence, though. A history of violence. Oh, I hate violence. I'm a total pussy. Like I was like the weakest kid in my class. I was never into rough and tumble and none of that. Like I'm a thinker. I'm a sensitive little soul. Um, I can see a warrior energy in myself, and I can see how that could be utilized in certain situations in the future, potentially, possibly, hypothetically, maybe, not condoning anything or encouraging anything. But yeah, like the idea of me ever being violent, like again, it just comes from this retarded protection. Like this person will be incredibly violent. Like you've got to be really dumb to be violent. Like an intellectual isn't violent. Oh God, yeah, it's the same person with loads of profile. Well, I know exactly who it is. It's just fucking so pathetic. Oh dear, oh dear, bless him. I can't speak for Tom, and then rumors, but I know the homeless Kiwi guy is fake. He's just doing it for. Oh dear. I mean, we did establish. Whilst I honoured you for being brave enough to answer simple questions, they did show a real lack of depth. So yeah, I mean, wow, what an incredible projection that is. What makes you jealous? Is it because you're in an office? Because that's what this is. This is jealousy. Um, and even if he does do it for donations, what's wrong with that? Like this whole framing, like why do plebs think that it's more what's the word? Honorable to be a slave than to entertain people and allow them to give if they want to carry that entertainment on. I mean, it's actually such a high calling to, be able to offer relief to people who are being attacked on every single level and are really struggling with their existence and need something to take them out of their internal because they can't cope with it. That's an amazing thing that he's doing. And the lengths he's going to, it's like also in that projection, it's like he's living an easy life, or like the reason people donate to him and watch him is because he's an exceptional human being, living in a way that so many, including myself, are way too repressed to do, way too in the fear to do. You're like, what? How? I mean, I know how. It's because you're jealous, and rather than admit that he is a better human than you, or he has at least delved into this life and taken risks that you're not willing to take, you will fucking make some bullshit like that up. It's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic. You people are fucking pathetic. You're not quite as bad as the psychopath, but you're like you are pathetic. It's just amazing, like this world we live in where there's just fucking retards projecting, and then there's cool people. Thank you for being a cool one, Lee. Fuck me, man. Again, I'm not so confident the earth is flat. I'm just very confident that everything they tell us is a lie. I'm very confident that we're not spinning around, that we're not either off to the side, upside down, unless we're on the North Pole, and hurtling in that direction. I trust my senses. I trust my intuition. If you could connect with your senses, you would know that you are not spinning around, that you are not upside down or off to the side, that you are not hurtling that way. Like you would trust. You would trust what you can sense, but no, you can't. So it's not a claim that it's flat, although that is where the evidence leads to. But there's no. I'm not going to make any claims on what the shape is, but I am going to completely acknowledge that nothing they have ever told you is true. And in my experience, it's always 180-degree inversion. So you can basically, like red meat's bad for you, eat red meat. Salt's bad for you, eat salt. Jib jabs are good for you. Don't take jib jabs. You know, always do the opposite of what they say, and that will, you know, in my experience, that will lead you to the truth. So, what's the opposite of a spinning flat? I mean, who knows? But like, all the evidence suggests it's flat. But I don't hang on to that. I hold everything lightly. But what is absolutely categorical at this point is we are not on a stupid spinning fucking rock. They love the drama. They fucking love it. Anyway, we've got a super duper one. Thank you so much, Debbie. Much appreciated. Very motivating. You haven't left a comment, so there's nothing to say other than gratitude. Thank you so much. Yeah, so this is what happened in Thailand. I did what loads of people do, but I also put it on YouTube, which was foolish. But also at the same time, I was doing like not today Satan content and triggering all the libtards. And also, I was manic. I was mental. Like I took on battles with wokies that I just should never have got involved in. Like I was in the local Facebook group, the local expat Facebook group, like telling them all they were retarded for getting the jib job and that climate change isn't true. And Pi really attracts a very liberal expat. So the illegal thing I did was starting a business without a work permit, but you know, this is the Southeast Asia effect. You can't get a work permit until you've got 4 staff members. So you know, so everyone does it. They get 4 staff members and they get a work permit, or you just go to an agency and pay for a privilege, which is obviously what I should have done. But I actually wanted to do it what I thought was legally. I didn't want to just pay an agency to put me on their business and fake it all. You know, I wanted to get my 4 staff members, which I thought I would have in 6 months, and apply for a work permit. But the libtards that I triggered dobbed me in. So whilst I did what I did the standard route that most expat business owners will do, I also triggered libtards who are obviously very vengeful and are of like the council. Well, they're like these twats in the comments where they just want to lie and destroy. They don't want to grow and expand. So yeah, it was a paperwork issue, and it was on paper it was a crime, but in reality it wasn't really a crime. It was that I triggered these libtards, and then they bombarded the Thai immigration, like bombarded them. And I did do one really bad video where I mean, what's bad? Bad doesn't really exist, but you know, one video where I can understand why it triggered a shitload of people, and I was on. Bearing in mind at this point I was getting like 200 views a video. I was on a plane and I was next to a Westerner in a mask, and I just ripped him apart, like ripped him apart in front of the camera. It was extreme. You know, it was, you know what it was? It was a reaction to what I just experienced. So I just spent 3 years being called an anti-vaxxer, running this community as a members only place so we could keep functioning behind locked doors where people had a code during lockdown. And I'd been dealing with the police and the council coming and trying to raid us for 3 years and all this stuff. And, you know, just psyop after psyop after psyop while trying to run a fucking business and keeping it open illegally. So, you know, basically I was fucking furious at retards in masks by this point, and I took it all out on this guy. And that got 8,000 views. Bearing in mind I was getting 200 at the time. But it was all Reddit viewers, it was all libtards. They'd shared it. So there was this whole group that was created, like, let's fuck over Tom, because we're hateful, fucking jealous cunts. But also he is a bit of a dickhead as well. Well, obviously in their viewpoint, a massive dickhead. So the Thai authority just got bombarded, so they had to act upon it out of like being seen to do something. So they did. Threw me in jail. Well, you're one of them. Unless you are, what are you trying to say, that was meant to be a joke and you've set me up and my reaction means I'm gullible? Well, you know, I'm going to take you at face value because I'm going to assume you have some sort of integrity and you're not just a little child playing stupid games. but maybe you are. But I think that's probably just a backtrack. I think you have been shamed, you've been exposed, and now you're trying to squirm out of it rather than take responsibility, like every fucking player does. Relatable, relatable. I think mine would be, please don't let me come back. Please don't bring me back. Uh, challenge? I'm not sure. It's just silly. Go on then, let's give them one more chance. The Underworld. May I ask your thoughts on what Tom speaks about spirituality? I think she's asking one of the haters for their thoughts. My God, how desperate can you be to just create drama and keep spinning? Fuck knows. That's what we're trying to find out. More on my other channel, but to be honest, the lives are more. I can't link my other channel to StreamYard for some reason. Is this called StreamYard? What's this called? StreamYard, yeah. So I would actually be doing lives on that because I feel like the lives are more of that nature. I mean, because that's who I am. That's what I am. Like English Refugee is created by filming the external as I do, but I can only speak from from the from myself. So that's what's displayed. That's what Tom.greatorex displays. The channel called Tom.greatorex, and this fucking character that's being created called Tom.greatorex apparently. So that's what the lives are really of that channel. Fuck knows what I'm talking about that. I do not feel I would choose to come to a place like Earth where I have to kill and eat other life forms to survive. I do not know what is true. It's just a feeling I have. Yeah. There's a part of me that wants to speak into this kill other life forms a bit and analyze what how much of that is coming from ego, but also resonating with it. It is a real weird absurdity of life, isn't it? That, animals are the best thing in the world, and then we eat them, and the cognitive dissonance there, or the separation there, is quite dramatic. Ideally, I'd really like to not eat animals, but I think we are supposed to. But yeah, that's my feeling. But then again, it would be like if like let's just go with the whole sort of soul contract, choosing to come here for growth thing theory. You would feel like that when you're contorted, like so the soul has been contorted into this flesh suit. Like that is how you would feel. So, but yeah, of course, you can only go with what you feel, and I think I feel quite similar, but I just analyze like where that feeling comes from and whether it's true or not. But there's no point because you'll never get to the answer. So, whatever. Fiji, I don't think so. I don't really know it. It's like, it's Caribbean islands, isn't it? No, I mean, I don't want to go to any bioweapon lands. And I'm not into beaches and just luxury. I mean, maybe I am now. Maybe the story is that the story has been up till now. But yeah, actually, it's what's driving me crazy. The story has been up till now that I love the chaos of Southeast Asia. I love the aliveness of Southeast Asia. But actually, it's actually what is ultimately driving me away. So maybe I would be more suited to the Caribbean, but yeah, I suppose it comes from like how present can I be, how embodied can I be, how at peace can I be without external stimulation, and that's absolutely the path I'm on. So maybe that is where I'm going to end up, like just on a beach, living in luxury, and not being disturbed. But up until now, the story would have been that's too boring. It's a boring country. But everything's changing all the time. Of course you are. Of course you are. You're open and you know I think I don't think you're as obsessed with let's just say spirituality as I am. It's not the right word, um but I do think you are on a dance with the great mystery. Like I think you are in a surrendered state. Of course, these are all assumptions because I don't really know you. Yes, we are so incapable here, which is why the striving for shit is such a slog, doable by a few, for such a challenge. I'm not sure why you put that. Like, I mean, for me, it's like striving for. I'll use the word enlightenment, but I don't think that would be the word you'd use. But is a slog and such a challenge that's avoided by so many. That would make sense to me, but I'm not sure why you use those symbols. Okay, so it's dark, so I feel like, let's just see, are they still like really active? Oh, one of the doors is closed. Amazing. I mean, oh shit, I did that yesterday. When will I? Oh, bloody hell, phone's gone a little lot. Let's smash another fucking screen, because one's not enough. So I feel I'm at the point where I could go and ask them to close their door, so I don't need to keep this live going. So we'll set a little goal. I'll do another 20 minutes or so. And if anyone donates, then I'll keep going. We'll do the full two. We'll do 2 hours. If I just get another 10, it doesn't need to be much. Yeah, and then so this is the other element to it is it's very expensive to live there, but I have great faith that my income is going to keep growing and will one day be rather tasty. Okay, proper question, it seems, but I'm starting to think that there's, could even be the psychopath. Like he works in so many ways. You know what? I actually thought last night. In fact, I won't say it until he's in the chat. Tom, can I ask your thoughts on astral projection, aka out of body experiences, and those that claim they have induced them almost at will? And have you ever had such an experience? No, I haven't, and I've never tried. And the answer is I don't know. So I used to be part of a scene, a community, a scene, the new age scene, where this is absolutely part of that. It's an accepted thing in that scene, and people are really striving for it. So of course, there's the whole spectrum within that scene. There's the shadow workers, people who are actually really doing the work, and then there's love and lighters, and the shadow workers, and there's everything in between. And it seems to me that the love and lighters are the ones that are more obsessed with this because obviously it's the ego loves this shit. The ego, so basically, obviously we're all in the ego, we're all unconscious, we're all completely conditioned and attacked from the day we're born. And then we meet spirituality, we start seeking and we meet spirituality. And of course, we just come into it with the ego. And this is what turns into the spiritual ego. So it learns some concepts and it gets some feather earrings and it becomes a Reiki master and it gets its certificate because that's what the ego knows, like acknowledgement from a system, from an authority. I am a master. Here's my certificate. And then this, and then this is the other thing. It's very hierarchical. It's very, and rightfully so, because obviously teachers are going to be the ones that are experienced or have the most certificates, and so people start trying to be things. So they often start off with the Reiki, and then they become like, I don't know, a breathwork facilitator, and then it could be anything, but some sort of energy worker, and yada 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 yada. And if you can get to the point where you can claim, or maybe you are having astral projections, and lucid dreams is the other big one. So lucid dreams is when people claim they are conscious in their dreams and can control their dreams, or maybe not control their dreams, but can be active in their dreams, as in they can choose what their character does within the dream. And you get people genuinely dedicating their lives to it and claiming that they can do it. So I have to acknowledge in me the potential projection here, the potential trigger that I can't do it. Not that I consciously feel like I even want to do it, but of course there's going to be a part of me, a part of my ego, that if there's something out there that is experienceable that I haven't experienced, there's going to be part of me that wants to do that and looks up to that. So of course it's easier, just like I was saying about the plebs, easier. It's much easier for my ego to say, well, I don't think that's true. And then I don't even have to do what's necessary to get to those states. Because if it is true, to get to those states, you have to do a lot of stuff. That you have to be very clean. You have to be very dedicated. I'm not sure if you have to do this, but many people take certain supplements, particularly for lucid dreaming, I think, and probably for astral traveling too. But you can't be drinking alcohol, you can't be shagging, you can't be getting stoned, like you have to dedicate yourself to it. So I've never been prepared to do that. So of course, maybe, of course there is definitely a part of me that will want to say, oh, well, it's just not true. Because then I don't have to do all those things. Even though really I'm basically there except for smoking, and that's basically about to fall away. But here's the other side. Or maybe the same side. I don't even know what I've said so far. But there's no doubt that the people who claim to be able to do it are of the ego, in my experience. I've never, like, when I talk to Lee, he's not talking about astral projecting and lucid dreaming. It's all inner work. It's all learning to feel and be present. And really, it feels to me like it's of the ego, like it's of the escapism. It's of like wanting to not feel and be present and embodied. It's like it's super out there. And again, that fits into the Love and Lighters, who are obsessed with ascension rather than descending into the body and feeling it all and knowing thyself. Because thyself is a scary, shadowy place. Like everyone has the shadow, the yin and the yang, the light and the dark. And most people go through, when people are, well, there's so many examples, like having an office job is an example. Like basically every unconscious action you do is an example. But a good example is like a twitch. Like what that is it's the shadow coming up, it's the emotion coming up. And the mind, rather than looking at it, develops a physical reaction. So that every time this particular emotion that the person can't deal with comes up, they go into a physical reaction, and that takes over, and they never have to feel the emotion. So that's like the deepest, darkest of shadows. That's going to be like really dark thoughts, which isn't them. Like we aren't our thoughts anyway, but because we're trained to shame ourselves and believe that our mind is us and the thoughts are us, and there isn't just this seems to be this consciousness stream that we tune into and tune in and out of. We don't even know what the mind is or where it comes from or where it's based or whether it's part of us or not. Like science can't even touch this shit. So we feel that intense shame, and or OCD is another great example. Like emotion comes up, oh, that wallet's not straight. Oh, this key needs to be in this perfect position. Oh, I need to check the store handle 8 times. I need to clap 3 times before I leave the door. Like these insanities that we create because we're not willing to acknowledge the shadow. And then when people do horrendous acts, that's the shadow leaking out, or not leaking out, like it's just taken over, because eventually it will take over. Eventually, like this or the OCD will crack, and you'll just be off the shadow. So I can't really answer your question. I just don't think it's for sure. I just think it's what newbies focus on. It's what baby souls. It's what Love and Lighters focus on. It's I've never met anyone. Like at times I've looked up to people who are into that stuff, but I was unconscious. Since I, have a pretty good grasp relative to the rest of humanity of what's going on or what's playing out, at least, I've never met anyone I look up to who even speaks about that stuff. Yeah, it's a really bad idea, isn't it? Really bad idea. I haven't released one on this channel, eh? Pretty sure. Yeah, so there'll be a. I mean, there's only 87 people watching, but they are likely to be the first 87 that watch my videos. Definitely, if there's one out on this channel, then that means I've fucked up. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's not. But because the reason is because I'm releasing 2 videos on that channel today, so I think whilst it's detrimental to release one while I'm doing a live, it's also detrimental to release them like close together. Like you really want at least 6 hours between each video to give it its chance for YouTube to assess whether it's going to value it enough to show it to the masses. I've got rid of him now, right? That was that incredible pleb, wasn't it? So I'm up for creating some mods of people who I trust who are regularly in the chat. Kiwi, would you like to be a mod? And this isn't me fucking expecting you to moderate my videos or anything like that. I mean, literally, like if you choose to be on a live stream, you could moderate it while you're here, but obviously not with any responsibility or obligation to show up because you are a free man. How does Thailand rank on the noise scale? Apartment dwellers here love to door slam. Yeah, that's a massive issue. And in a detached house, we get ramblings at 7 a.m. every morning on the village speakers. Oh, so I don't think you're asking me a question. I think you're stating. So I lived in Thailand for a year and I have become so much more sensitive to noise since then. So it's really hard for me to assess, but I don't feel like Thailand was as noisy. Oh, no. I mean, there's no way I could live in an apartment anywhere in the world. Like, that's just unacceptable for someone who's sensitive. Because the door slamming is a massive issue amongst the unconscious. Like they fucking love slamming doors. It's incredible, isn't it? Like, do they not feel it when they're in their room? Like when someone else does it and you get that up your spine, like your nervous system reaction. Like obviously they don't feel, so they're just not aware. Like they just don't realize that slamming. But it just seems that anyone who is of the consciousness that would live in an apartment building slams doors. And of course, there's going to be the odd exception like you, but you won't be living in an apartment building for much longer. In fact, there you go. You're living in a detached house. You've done it. Once you can feel the door slam, once you're not so numb that you can that you are affected by people slamming doors, you will never live in an apartment block again. They're just horrendous. I'm so done with them. Yeah, the PA speakers. Yeah, I remember those. So I do actually. I remember, you know, really trying to find a house that was out in the sticks, and then finding a house that was out in the sticks, no neighbours, and still having 2 nights a week where I was disturbed by loud noise. But I was in Pai, which is a party town. It's a very tourist. You know, it's where 20-year-olds go to get drunk and do tubing. So, you know, I chose to live there. But yeah, again, I just don't think you can escape noise in Southeast Asia. But I'm fairly. It's hard to say because I'm, like I say, I'm just much more sensitive now. But I'm fairly confident in saying that Vietnam is louder than Thailand. I don't think the karaoke thing is nearly as big. Like the speaker thing is big, but I don't think the karaoke culture is nearly as big in Thailand. Correct me if I'm wrong, because you actually live there. Hey, bro. Okay, so I said I'd do another 20 minutes. So we'll do until an hour and a half, unless somebody chucks in a tenner, and then we'll do another hour. 20 for an hour, really. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. All these Slavic nations that have not allowed that are of my heritage-ish and have not allowed themselves to be taken over appeal to me massively. I saw a fantastic post from someone in Croatia the other day. So the Croatian, the globalists are trying it on with Croatia, and it was a video of the police arresting one of the bioweapons, and the person just said the difference between Croatia and England is we won't wait for thousands of people to get shanked before we kick off. So I got the impression that it's just starting in Croatia, and they're not going to have it. I don't know much about Croatia, but I've been there a few times, and I know enough to know that they're not going to have it. There's just no fucking way. And I feel like Serbia is very similar. I've never been to Serbia, but I feel like that's a very similar type of peoples. But again, my geography is terrible, and I'm also a retard. So take everything I say with a pinch of salt. So Toe Cutter seems to have had a personality transplant. This is the same as Arcadian. This guy, he had a personality transplant. He started off as he was so nearly blocked. He was disgusting. And now he's like, great. And then Toe Cutter is vile, is a vile human being. But they managed to leave a positive comment on a video recently. I was like, what the fuck? And then this is, you know, it's not just utter hatred. So I thought Toe Cutter was like, you know, just fully of the shadow, fully of the hatred. But he is capable of not hating, which is very unusual. Like usually they're just obsessed with it, and that's all they know, that's all they are. It's internal hatred projected into the external, and it's all they have is hatred. But Tokuta is a bit of an interesting one. No, can't stand it. I mean, her latest comment was just it was actually really sad. Like it really exposed the 3-year-old energy she was operating from, and how deluded she is. So she actually, the latest comment, and someone else pointed this out in a response. The latest comment suggested that she actually thinks that I fancy her, or that there's any sort of chance of us being together. Like she still lives in that paradigm. I mean, it's just phenomenal. Like it's phenomenal. So you know, I don't hate her. I don't really hate anyone. Maybe bioweapons. Maybe the powers that shouldn't be. But again, I don't know if I can really feel hate. Oh, whatever. I don't hate Sophie. I recognize that she's. See, this is the thing. Like, it'd be very easy to say she's a good person, but really, nice, good people aren't good because they're not standing up when it's so crucial that people stand up. They're conforming and they're allowing. And whilst intellectually she'll say things like, "I don't agree with feminism," she is a feminist in the way she acts. Like she's conditioned. She doesn't know she hasn't self-observed to see how her actions, thoughts, and way of life have been influenced by feminism. So she is actually, you know, nice now. Being nice, i.e., conforming, is actually is the problem. The people that are still conforming and being nice and focusing on what people think about them, bearing in mind that we live in a retarded, repressed world. So if you focus on what people think about you, you will then conform to a satanic system. I can't quite find the word, but basically it's the enemy. It's the worst part of humanity. I mean, it's, you know, obviously there's murder and rape and stuff. That's worse. But I can't find the words for some reason to describe why it's the opposite of being nice. Why being nice is the opposite of being nice. It's actually being repressed. It's actually being enslaved. And the ramifications of that, like, it's not just personal. It's not just individual. It's huge. It goes out into society and it allows them to pick off people like me who are actually standing up, and you know, people who are like actively really standing up, like, I don't know, Blade Runners, for example, you know. So no, I will never be friends with a retard. I mean, it's unlikely, you know. So if I exchange WhatsApp messages, numbers with Kiwi, for example, I imagine I'd check in with him at first, you know, we chat for a week. And then I'd probably check in with him on a monthly basis, and it would be more like asking him a question. What do you think of this? Like, we'd be no like, how are you? Where are you, mate? I mean, it might be a bit of where are you, but no, how are you? You know what I mean by that is it wouldn't be small talk. Like, I would be very up for discussing emotions and depth with him, which is the real version of how are you, but not the retard of like, how are you? Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. How are you? You know, I don't seek distraction, which is the majority of friendship. You know, all the small talk that goes on, the like wanting to text someone just so somebody texts you, and then you get the dopamine hit. Which obviously, if you're unconscious, you'll dress up as I want to speak to my friend, but it's not. It's not. You're not really. How are you? I'm fine. What have you done today? I've been to the shops. What are you doing? Yes, I went to the shops earlier, and now I'm cooking a chicken. What are you doing tonight? You know, no one actually really wants to do this. This is just distraction from feeling. So I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't ever seek what you probably see as friendship, but I'm up for having wise, autonomous, whole people in my life who can offer me reflections, and I can just check in with if I ever have a problem, a physical problem of the external, or something emotional that I want to unravel. You know, I really appreciate having people in my life that can hold these things. And I don't know if Kiwi can. Kiwi 100% would be good to discuss external situations with. I'm yet to find out if I could be held internally by him, but then I've got leave for that. So, you know, so the very few people that are in my life, I know what role they play, and I know what they're able to hold and what they're not able to hold. And I just accept that, you know, I don't try and so say Kiwi, so let's say if I find out that Kiwi isn't very internal and hasn't really done the internal journey, and therefore isn't able to hold like the real depths that I would require if we were to go into that sort of stuff, then I won't put that on him. I will either find things, because I'm sure that there is a lot that Kiwi can teach me, but it might just be external. So I would just focus on that, but contact him less, or I just let the friendship go. You know, it has to be serving for both of us. A friendship has to be really serving for me, and I also like to feel like I'm serving the other person. In my friendship with Lee, I don't really feel like I serve him. I'm just very grateful that he is willing to mentor me, for want of a better word. You know, we're not like we're not doing sessions together or anything like that, but just having someone of his vibration, wisdom in one's life is to have a mentor. I'm in Sydney and my neighbour is Vietnamese. She has the door open all the time too. I hear her TV and visit, etc. Cold in the winter, but she doesn't care. Yeah, it's a cultural thing, isn't it? It's a community thing. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, but it doesn't work when you've been conditioned into a Western society where you have awareness of others and just an awareness of what noise is. You know, like I don't even think it's an awareness of others. It's like they don't. I can only assume they don't see noise as a negative. Like they're not. It's just not even a thing that you would want to be quiet and peaceful. You know, they lie. They're very alive. They're very you know, they're very external. They're very of this world, and they do it very well. You know, they really embrace it, and yeah, it creates a lot of noise. This is a yeah, good question. Have you met any lone female travelers in Vietnam? I wonder how safe it is for us. I'm gonna travel when my son leaves the nest. Good on you. Take the risk. Do it. So you're asking the wrong person because I'm a recluse. I don't speak to anyone. I don't go to bars. So it's unlikely that I meet people. No. No, I mean, how many expats have I met in Vietnam? I can think of a couple that I bumped into and started talking to. There's the Russian guy I got the bike off. You know, honestly, I've been in Vietnam 6 months and I can think of 3 people that I've even communicated with, other than, you know, Vietnamese people who are either renting me a building or selling me some food or something. So yeah, definitely be one person to ask. All I can say is, oh, so I did an interview with an 18-year-old girl in Cambodia and deleted it. Because I'm very aware that this is a big question for my female audience, and you know, it's so inevitable that you're gonna feel fear. Like leaving your homelands is scary as fuck anyway, and then being a female obviously just opens you up to another level of danger. And then you see all these, you know, people who don't look like you on our streets behaving horrendously. But what you got to remember is we're bringing in the worst of the worst. Like we're literally going to the worst countries and going, who do you want to get rid of and taking them? But Southeast Asia is definitely the obviously it's not gonna nowhere's gonna be 100% safe. There's gonna be wrong guns everywhere. But I really went into this in detail. What you actually want to do is go back to the start of this live, and I think about half an hour in, I speak into this. So oh, I'm getting tired, and no one's giving any money, so I think the live's about to end. And I can go and tell them to close their door, and then I can have a nice peaceful evening. Oh, is We Fat Shucky? I don't think he is he? I listened to his video last night. Really good, really good. So Southeast Asia is safer than England, so you don't need any more, do you? It's safer than wherever you're living in the West. It's safer than that. So there's your answer. The 18-year-old girl I interviewed had traveled all of Southeast Asia, you know, apart from like really obscure places. And she said she had never, ever, ever felt in danger. And I do see, I haven't seen Alone. Oh, I have. No, I have. I think I've seen like 60. Oh, I met Anne. Like, okay, that's okay. Here we go. I have got some answers for you. I've seen a 60-year-old biking around like a hippie chick on a bicycle. Looks like she lives alone. Looks like she lives here as well, not traveling. And then there's Anne, who you will meet soon in the videos. Yeah, she never leaves her apartment though. She's not a great example. She doesn't have a scooter. I just don't understand how anyone can live out here and not learn how to ride a scooter. I mean, I guess if you earn good money, you can just get grabs all the time, but inevitably, even if you have endless money, there's still going to be that part of you that makes decisions based on like, oh, another grab. Like, am I going to pay for a grab just to go and get that orange that I want right now? But if you've got a scooter, you don't even question it. And then you know, I remember when I was in, I was so scared of driving out here. So my first experience was Thailand, and you know, I decided I thought I was going to live there forever. That was, you know, my plan. And my mate, and I wasn't happy. I was in a horrible apartment. Well, I was in a standard apartment. All apartments are horrible, unless they're like proper luxury. I was very unhappy. I just had this major trauma in England where I'd lost this business, which I hadn't processed at the time and seen all the lessons from it, and you know, got to like, oh, okay, that happened for a reason. I was still like in the like, oh, of it. And I was just sitting in this flat all day. It was too hot for me to go outside. And my mate kept saying to me, "You've got to learn to ride a scooter." So he'd lived in Thailand. It's somebody that I'd known for a long time. We'd actually lived together, really good friends. And he'd been living in Thailand for 10 years. And honestly, right, I understand your fear. Like it's hard for me to remember because when I lost the business in England, I remember ringing it. I was desperate. I just knew that I couldn't stay in England. I knew that was the only thing keeping me in England, and I could see what was coming. And I rang him, and I was just like, "What is Thailand?" I didn't ring him. I texted him, "What is Thailand like?" And he was like, "It's amazing, mate. Come out here." And then I said, "Can you get cannabis?" And he went and he sent me a picture of a coffee shop, and I was just like, "Damn." But I don't know if I'd have done it if he wasn't there. Now, when I actually got there, it turned out we hadn't seen each other for 10 years, I don't think. And he hadn't been on any sort of consciousness journey. Very intelligent man, but completely unconscious. It turned out that actually we didn't enjoy each other's company. I barely saw him. I barely, you know, I didn't need him at all. But his presence there gave me the confidence to go there, and him having done it showed me that it was possible. You know, you can watch a YouTuber and all that and see it's possible, but I think actually knowing someone yourself is there, like that you can relate to more. Really helped me. So yeah, so when he was still reaching out a lot before we realized that actually, yeah, we don't really enjoy each other's company very much. He was like, get a scooter, you've got to learn to ride a scooter. And I was so fucking resistant, and it was so scary. Learning to ride a scooter in Southeast Asia is terrifying and very dangerous because the roads are completely different to what we know. But you've just got to do it. You just got to do it. Anyway, Anne doesn't do it, so she just sits in a fucking apartment all day. So of course she's safe. But she's never mentioned. She's lived out here for a number of years, I think, and she's never mentioned feeling unsafe or you can. It's just I just think it's the safest place in the world, Southeast Asia in general. Yeah, I've got good people, haven't I? I have got good people. I'm really grateful for that. We don't get big numbers. Oh, here she is. She's frigging herself off. Look, she's frigging herself off as she types. Hello, Sophie. How are you? I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? How are you today? Have you done something nice? Is the weather nice? What are you watching tonight, Sophie? Are you going to have a nice tea? Or what are you cooking for tea, Sophie? Okay, we're going. No one's giving me any money. I think we're done. I do quite enjoy it though, and I've got to try and keep this pretense that I won't do this if you don't give me money. What a dilemma! What is one to do? How does one do? How does Marshall? Maybe they're just better than me. Maybe they are definitely better than me. I don't know if they are actually. But Marshall and Raymond talk about, Marshall isn't shaving his beard until he does. I think it's maybe a 3-hour live stream that gets less than $100. Then he's going to shave his beard, and his beard's getting really fucking big. And he live stream. I mean, maybe he doesn't do it every day. Maybe that's my assumption. But I think he certainly was live streaming every day for a big chunk of while he's had this business beard. And he doesn't set goals. Oh no, I mean that's the goal that he's set. Like that's a long-term sort of thing. But he doesn't set goals, and he gets like over 100 quid live. But then he probably has a lot more. I don't know. I don't know if he gets much more than 200. And then Raymond talks about, again, earning. He's using Kick though. That's what I need to start testing out. I need to start testing out Kick, whether I can stream on both at the same time. It seems you make a lot more money on Kick, but I don't know anything about it. I thought it was just like for, the curriculars and those guys. But Raymond is on Kick and reckons he makes more money on Kick than he does on YouTube. Is that a person that needs banning? Yeah, so cunt face, who seems to be a bit less of a cunt face, but still very wary of him. Once you show that level of despicability, like it's like that's in you. That's really. I feel like that's the real you, and this is a pretense. But yeah, he saw it too, so I can't have got it too. Yeah. So it did. It focused on this. That it's also an issue for like your normie office worker. But if you make it big and then you somehow lose respect, it's like the worst thing ever. So if you're a celebrity, you're basically destined to end yourself or live with intense shame, because very few celebrities have a lifespan of more than 5 years, maybe 10 years. So these K-pop guys, like when they lose their popularity, it's like a huge shame. Oh, someone wants to laugh. Keep going. Thank you very much. Thank you. A tribe called Duff. So you must have felt pleased with my answer. I mean, ultimately, all those words I fucking use and answered every 10 minutes really could be cut down to it's safer than England. And that's it really, isn't it? Like, yeah, okay, there's still gonna be a little bit of risk, but it can't be worse than where you are now. So it's a no-brainer. Okay, so that will keep the stream going until the 2 hour mark. If anyone wants it to go longer than 2 hours, then £10 will get you another half hour. And of course, that can be done between 10 of you with just £1 each. And you guarantee that I read your comments out. I mean, what a privilege that is. And you get my gratitude, my respect, maybe, depending on what you say. And I'm more inclined to bring your comments up in the future. So this is the lady that's just donated. So of course we're going to bring her comments up. Of course she's going to get more of my attention. I love being on my own. I feel like you're new to the channel. Is that right? I don't recognize you, but I'm feeling like I like you already. I love being on. I definitely like you. I love being on my own. I've always been like that. My sister is the polar opposite, so we don't get together often. Yeah. Totally. Same. So when we do get together, it's usually good fun. Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting that last bit. I was thinking you were going to say that she does my fucking head in because she's completely external conscious. But I'm very unconscious. Sorry. I'm very happy to hear you have a good relationship with your sister. That must be very nice. My sister hates me. Actually, my older sister has tried to have a relationship with me and is actually a really nice person and is quite cool for a normie. But there's still that one-upmanship that happens in normie world. There's still that trying to prove oneself all the time, defensiveness basically. So you can never go deep with her. You can never be vulnerable because she's inclined to ridicule anything that's deep because she doesn't want to go there in herself. So it's just boring, unfortunately. I've tried numerous times to be friends with my older sister, but every time so I'll spend a bit of time with her. I'm like, she's all right, actually. She's quite cool. And then I spend more time with her. I'm like, no, I can't do this. But my younger sister hates my guts. Yeah, it's actually scientifically proven, isn't it? It's not like woo-woo shit. It's like fucking obvious, but retards will still argue with you about it. It's amazing. Studies by Barcelona and Exeter Uni, among others, show that people living in areas of high LED exposure doubles men's risk of prostate, big C, and women's of breast C. There you go. Yeah, it's all about this. The Carcadian, I thought it was, or is it Circadian? Circadian rhythm. Yeah. Kelly knows her shit. Kelly, I don't recognize you either. Please keep coming back. You are good. Oh wow, she really knows her shit. She's all over it. This one's been down the rabbit hole. Oh shit. And once again, of course, this person's donated, so all of her comments are going to be brought up. I remember good old-fashioned light bulbs. People pay good money for Christmas lights from the 70s now. My understanding was that you couldn't get. Oh, you mean like second-hand ones? I thought they stopped making, is it filament bulbs, I think they're called, nice amber light. Because of course, they don't want anything that's good for you, so they have to make it illegal because of climate change. Oh, don't give me a Wikipedia banner, please. So you don't think it's just random. You don't just think it's like those adverts told us when we were growing up that 1 in 3 people will just get the big C and there's nothing you can do and be scared, be scared, be scared. And reach out to the pharmaceuticals and the doctors and trust them because, oh my God, you're just 1 in 3 chance of absolute randomness. It doesn't matter what you do, whether you exercise, what you eat, whether you take retard jabs. It makes no difference at all. It's just random. It's a complete coincidence. You better be so in fear that you trust the men in white coats that have been brainwashed at university, and of their 5 years, they got taught nutrition for half a day. You mean you're not one of them, Kevin? Yeah, so this is this popped into my head when I was doing my 5G run. But then I was like, oh, I'm not sure if that's true. I better not say it because it will give the plebs ammunition. But I don't think it's even any better. Like, I don't think it makes a difference. Actually, people are saying the internet's worse than ever and phone coverage is worse than ever in the UK. Jeff buys cars, certainly. I haven't heard him mention it for about 6 months, but it was a 3-month spell where he was really talking about this. And it's made no difference to download speeds or anything, I don't think. So it clearly, I mean, obviously it's just so ridiculous that people would believe that the government care about your download speeds when they literally care about nothing else. It's just farcical. But then also, it didn't change, and this makes a good point. This person makes a good point. There's no signal difference when 5G towers get burned down. Very dangerous, those towers. Yeah, it's nothing to do with what they tell us it is it? This one will know. Kerry will know. 5G active denial weapon system and radar. There you go. That's what it is. I trust Kerry. Oh, how is racist! I can't debate. I can't dialogue. I can't analyze the factors that causes one to have discernment and value their own peoples and history and culture. I can't recognize the clear reasons why people don't want to live around dangerous people that have come from a culture where violence and rape is normalized and they have very low IQs. I can't go into any of that. I'm just going to try and shut him up, because if I don't shut him up, I might actually have to realize that I've been lied to and I'm completely fucking conditioned and retarded, and I have valued ideology that has been given to me by the satanic pedophile elites. I value that ideology so much because if I don't fucking stay in that paradigm, I'm actually going to have to fucking admit that everything I believe is a lie and I'm completely indoctrinated. And I think I'm a social justice warrior and I think that I'm some sort of revolutionary, but actually I'm completely playing into Agenda 2030 like a good little goy. What is this? I've not been banned. Because I'm intelligent and I know how to get around the system. And also the system, I mean, it is tightening. You know, they're turning the screw harder, but also the whole racism thing is falling apart. Like, people are realizing it doesn't exist. People are realizing that it's an anti-white word, that only white people have been taught that to value themselves is racist, but no one else has been taught that. And people are realizing that. So whilst the powers that shouldn't be have an agenda and don't listen to the people, there is this Overton window. Like, they can only push things so far whilst people have certain levels of consciousness. So as people are no longer in fear of name calling and are realizing that that word has allowed their homelands to be invaded and the futures of their children to be taken away, the powers that shouldn't be aren't able to use that as much of a way of canceling people, because people have seen through it. Like, it's not a thing anymore. Like, it's only a thing for you and your libtards who are just obsessed with external and ideology and virtue signaling. And actually, what it is you're obsessed with hatred. So what you do is you join the groups, or you follow the way that allows hatred. So you can, all you actually want to do is be hateful. So you found a way of doing that. So what you found is, if you call someone a racist, or if you call someone an Nazi, or if you call someone right wing, it's okay to be hateful. So that's actually what you're addicted to. It's hate, and you've just gone down whatever path allows that, what is socially acceptable, what the authorities accept and encourage, the hatred they encourage. That's why you've gone down the liberal ideology, because it actually allows you to be hateful, and that's your energy, is hate. It's shame and fear, which turns into hate. I'm just going to, while I'm finding an interesting comment, put some of this woman's wisdom up. Getting pretty close to blocking this one. Just Just all projection, just all noise. It's not far off complete madness here in the UK. Atrocities are no longer weekly or daily. It's a few times a day. Yeah, it's crazy. It's really ramping up, isn't it? But it's inevitable. If you bring in low IQ, low impulse control people from cultures where violence is normal, and before that, what you've done, what the powers that shouldn't be have done, is attack those countries and give them a very good reason to hate white people. And also, they've given them shitloads of porn of Western women getting gangbanged by people of their type, normalizing it, making them think that if they come here, they can just, you know, do what they want with women, which they do anyway in their own country. So of course they think that. So if you show them porn of white women and give them that taste, then it's inevitable what's going to happen. So it's actually just inevitable, but it's also shocking. Like, it's so shocking to see like that 17-year-old, that girl that just got shanked. What we're also seeing is people taking stuff into their own hands more, which is just inevitable. You know, obviously I don't want to see it. Of course, I don't want to see anyone being violent or reacting in any way other than vocally and politically. But you know, when the police don't support you and the government don't support you, it's just inevitable that people are going to start acting in vigilante ways. So the family of that girl got to him before the police did, and they fucked him up. And we're going to start seeing a lot more of that. Which of course is what the government wants, because it wants civil war. Like, it wants, it wants you to be in such a desperate place that you finally snap and start getting violence, so then they can bring in more laws. It's a very difficult situation. It seems to have been perfectly planned for centuries and maybe millennia, especially when they wrote a book, a particular book. Well, there's a few books that are slightly different, but basically all the same. Oh, fuck a duck. Another 7 minutes to go. You say that, but I think you'll regret it. It's not going to lead anywhere good. Like, yeah, it might be quite interesting at the time, but actually, it's just going to be like every psyop, incredibly frustrating, because you'll be going to your friends and family, this isn't real, and they'll be going, what do you mean it's not real? I can see this in the sky. It's on the BBC News. So I just think it'll be fucking. But if they pull that off, it's finished. That's the last one. That's the last one they need to do, because that brings in the one world government. And once they've got the one world government, they can take the last few masks that are still being worn. I mean, it feels like they're pretty much off already, and they can come out and be like, "Yeah, we're your dictators. You're our slaves. Here's your gruel. Attach yourself to this fucking battery, and let us fucking harvest your energy. And if not, we're going to end you. And if you say this, we're going to end you. And if you do that, we're going to end you." Yeah, man. Silverdale, massive. What an awful school that was, man. So obsessed with academia, so obsessed with making you a robot, so obsessed with, I was selling sweets in school, and they were just mortified about it and ringing my parents saying that it was against school policy. And my mum was like, I'm 12, 13 maybe. And my mum was like, doesn't it show entrepreneurship? Shouldn't we be encouraging this? And the school were like, oh no, it goes against all our policies. So basically, they had a tuck shop. They had a shop that they sold chocolate to the kids. This is how great the school was. But they sold poison to kids at every break time. And we had vending machines full of liquid poison. Like, I mean, it's just mental, isn't it? It's mental. It's like hospital food, but it's not mental when you realize that everything's fucking designed to totally fuck you over. And yeah, so basically they were just pissed off because I was undercutting their business and taking away their business. And they tried to make out, but my mum was just like, "Well, I'm not going to tell them to stop doing it. Like, if you want to enforce it, but I think it's great. I think it's really entrepreneurial. And honestly, if I do tell him to stop doing it, he's just going to tell me to fuck off anyway. Like, it's just fucking ridiculous." They didn't know what they were dealing with me. They didn't know how to handle me. Because I wasn't like your standard fucking rebel, you know. I was intelligent, and a lot of the teachers quite liked me, but also fucking hated me. And I'd really stand up to him, Mr. Altram, like, oh my god, I drove him crazy. This French tutor, I just wasn't interested in learning another language at all. I just didn't see the point, especially French. Like, where speaks French except for France? Like, why would you want to speak French? Um, I should have chosen Spanish, but I'd have probably acted exactly the same. And oh, I used to I just didn't take his classes seriously at all, and just you ruined them basically, and from his point of view. And he rang up and it got to the point I was saying to the school, I basically wanted to pick and choose what I basically saw certain things as important. I mean, it turns out none of it's important. This was my conditioning. I was at least awake enough to see that a lot of it was totally retarded and unnecessary, but I was still conditioned enough to value having GCSEs, pleb points. Um, so I basically rejected RE, PE, French. I just wanted to do maths, science, business studies. That's all I was interested in. And then I would accept that I would have to do English because that's you need that to go to university. But I just wasn't interested in fucking French. So I said to the school, well, I just stopped going. Basically, I said to school, I'm not going to these. They're unnecessary for me. I'll just go to these ones. And obviously, the school are like, who do you think you are? You can't pick and choose. This is truancy. Meh, 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 meh. So I'd turn up to the odd French lesson and just cause havoc because I was bored and didn't want to be there and wanted to get kicked out. And Mr. Outram was such a fucking retard that he thought that he could threaten me with kicking me out of French. And I was like, I've been trying to get kicked out of your fucking class for 6 months. And he rung up my mum and he was like, if your son doesn't start behaving, I'm just going to have to kick him out of the class. And she was like, please, please kick him out. He's desperate to get out of French. And it's just causing you fucking stress. It's getting him into trouble. Let's just accept that he's not meant to be in that French class. And so what they did is they put me in Spaz group. They put me in B10, it was called. So Silverdale, it's been rebuilt now, but it used to be like a prison, and it used to have A block, B block, C block, all on top of each other, all exactly the same shape, just A, B, Z. And B10 was the furthest. It went 1 to 10. So 10. So they put the Spazzers at the furthest point of the school. Well, the deaf people were just beyond them actually, but these were the retards that could hear. And it is funny. Come on, even if you get triggered, you've got to admit it's funny, right? This is fucking funny. This is top content. No wonder there's 102 of you here. Is it funny enough for another 5 guys? Are we going to keep going? Because we're 10. We're 2 minutes away. We're 1 minute away from the live ending. If no one throws me some shekels, but I am going to finish this story, which I think is pretty much finished. So obviously they couldn't just accept that I was not going to go to French. They couldn't be like, okay, you just turn up when you want to turn up. So they put me in B10 with like window lickers. So I think I went to that twice, and then obviously just turned up when I wanted to turn up, and there was nothing they could do. Okay, I think that brings an end to the live. Let's just scroll down a little bit and see if there's anything that particularly stands out. I do actually want to keep going. I really want someone to throw some money in, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Yeah, it's difficult, and it is ridiculous on like the material value and all that, but also as a business, delightfully not. Bless you, man. I feel like I was wrong about female. Can you let me know? So I was actually also wrong, but delightfully not an I. In fact, let's save it. Let's just finish this. Also, as a business, you have to have some sort of policy that stops your staff stealing from your business. So I don't know. Thank you, delightfully not. You just earned another half hour, I think, because I'm quite enjoying it. Oh, I better plug my laptop. Yeah, so I was incorrect. Delightfully Not and I have communicated a bit more in comments. So we've exchanged some Patreon messages. And for some reason, I said in the chat that I feel like in my memory is that you're female, but when I was thinking about it, I was like, no, actually, I think we're male. So could you just remind me? I think, you know, if you're happy to share your name, but you don't have to, but I'd like to know what your sex is. Tower, please. I'm not sure what you mean. If you want to leave another comment explaining that, then I will bring it up and answer it. Show me how to navigate using any star with triangulation from a moving surface. Yeah, I mean, this is like, again, my knowledge isn't really good enough to totally rip it apart, but I've seen enough to just know it's nonsense. I mean, what really shocks me is that we're spinning around and hurtling that way at like really crazy speeds. There's a lot of 666s and 66.6s and 30. You know, isn't it the degrees is 33.3 and all this, you know, satanic usual stuff we see. And yeah, so all that craziness is happening, yet it's always the same stars. Like, surely if we were hurtling and going that way, we'd see different stars. And there's another one, just think. And there's also, I mean, there's so many. There's also the fact that you don't really need to change focus between the moon and the sun if you're using a telescope, which shows that they're not, is it 400 million or 1,000 miles apart or whatever it is? But let's say it's 400,000 miles. I forget what it is. Could be 4 billion miles. I really don't know. I feel like it's a 4, but I don't know anything. So it's 400,000 miles, let's say, and then the moon is also 400,000 times smaller. Like, it's like the perfect, and that's why we get the eclipse. Like, I mean, it's just ridiculous. And if that is the case, which it isn't, but if that is the case, you know, because they're both localized in reality, as in they're both quite close, and the sun isn't further away than the moon is. But let's just say that is true. Well, then it has to be divine creation. Like, you don't get fucking coincidences like that. You get synchronicities. But anyway, it's not true, so that's all nonsense. And then there's something else. Let me just think. So we're spinning. It's something to do with what we see. Is it that we always see the same side of the moon? Or is it that we... No, I think it's just that we always see these same constellations. Someone broke it down really well, and they did like a visual of it, where how it's so ridiculous that if we're spinning and hurtling, we see the same stuff all the time. But there's another depth to it that I'm missing. Oh my god, she's fucking great. License. The English language is fucking unbelievable, isn't it? It's like the enslavement language. And guess which one went around the world? I've missed that myself. You know, I know a lot of them, like television, real eyes, realize, dis-ease, disease, license, contract, conning you in legality. And then all of the court language is very interesting as well. Like, it's all maritime, isn't it? Like in the dock, there's loads. I find this hard to talk about because, you know, if I was totally honest about it, it wouldn't go down well with Thai authorities. And, you know, I probably never am going to go back to it. It doesn't really matter, but it wasn't too bad. I managed to fast track the process. Oh my god, they're being so noisy. They're being so noisy. It's unbelievable. It's like they're having a party. But they're not. They're just being what they are. They're just expressing their ways and culture. But they've got both doors open now. Why can't we just close the doors? They're not even outside. Like, and there's no one coming. They're in the middle of the forest. I assume they've come from Saigon. Like, they're clearly tourists. They're not inviting people around. There's no one coming. There's no one walking past but might wander in. There's no reason for them to have their doors open. And I asked them last night to close the doors. Like, why would they think that tonight is any different? It's so strange. But it's not. It's just different. It's just different. I've got to just got to remember it's just different. It was a lot better than you think. Now Bangkok, I think it's known as the Hilton. Like that's kind of the name that's given to it. Bangkok Hilton. Bangkok deportation center is a completely different beast. That would be hell to be in there long term. That would destroy one to be in there long term. In fact, I saw that. I saw people who were no longer sane because of what it had done to them. Yeah, really, really, really not a place you want to be at all. Luckily, I was only there for 6 hours and I wasn't thrown into the main cell, which just was so scary. I saw the main cell. I saw who was running that cell. First of all, the guards, but also Russians. And they were staring at me. They were assuming that I was coming in next. And they were telling me that they were in charge. And it looks like if I had have got put in there that they would have made it very clear they were in charge, and I was their little bitch boy. Oh, they're just so loud. I can't even distract myself with a live. Like they've just got way louder all of a sudden. That's just insane. I think I'm gonna have to go and ask them now. Fuck me, man. To try and get lost in the live, but it's really bad. Excellent. I think it's quite a high percentage in our chat. I think the general consensus seems to be 80% of people failed the basic intelligence test of 2021. So I think my chat is probably going to be more like 50-50. Yes, we know this is a proper one. I lost my job refusing COVID measures, got a tag curfew, a malicious communique. Oh, he proper went for it. Proper went for it. Yeah, there's such a huge difference between people that say, I have to take it because of my job, and people who are like, there is nothing that will make me take that. Like, just such a difference in character and integrity and wisdom. But integrity is the main word, I think. Oh, he's a proper man as well. Fucking hell, he builds fucking submarines. Fuck me. Proper man. Oh, they're the worst. I was the worst vegan. So I was vegan for 2 years and I was the absolute stereotypical vegan, doing it all for egoic reasons. Obviously, I didn't know that because I was a fucking projecting retard. That was just all about fucking manipulating the view that others had of me, which is how every unconscious person lives before you all start projecting from your unconscious place. So yeah, like the typical, how do you know if someone's a vegan? Oh, don't worry, they'll tell you. Oh my God, I told you. Like within 2 sentences, I told you I was a vegan. Such a virtue signal. Like it is so of the ego. It's the ego loves that shit. Like the ego is constantly looking for ways to be better than or to feel better than. And veganism is such a big one. Such a big one. And it makes sense, you can find, obviously it makes sense like from a feeling moral sort of perspective, like what you would choose if the reality wasn't that we are supposed to eat animals and they taste really fucking good too. But also you can listen to people like, I think it's Gary Yourofsky. I was obsessed with him. And they make a very convincing argument. Like, it's like anything in this world. you know, there's people who are absolutely convinced. I mean, the climate science is an absolute joke. Like, it's actually embarrassing. Like, 'cause carbon isn't even an issue, and it just doesn't make any sense at all, really. And CO2 is like 0.0004 of our environment or something ridiculous, and then plants eat it. Like, I mean, it's just crazy. It doesn't make any sense at all. But you can actually make, but you can, you know, even that doesn't make sense, and you can still fucking get pleb support for it. But, you know, you can actually make Gary Yourofsky does a really good job of making veganism sound like the best way to live. Yeah, and then there's this. There's this. I mean, there's that, isn't there? But then the vegans will put like me doing that next to a picture of a lion and go, "Look at this retard thinking that they're carnivore canines." And you know, I used to share all that stuff. I mean, I was mad for it. I was mad for it. It was you know, it was like how the type of people that go to pride marches, how they're defined by their identity or sexuality before their actual character, or that's how they define themselves. Well, that's what I was like with veganism. Like, it was crazy, man. It was such a fucking. It was kind of like the ego's last stand for me in terms of like where it completely had me, and it was kind of like the last thing that it grabbed onto before it started to crack. And I got heavily into LSD, which really helped. Um, mm, 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 mm. Yeah, so the Piotr Shaman that I talk about a lot, he's also a bit of an expert on nutrition, and he does detox retreats. And I won't be able to do this any justice at all, but he just speaks into this so well. Um, around the toxins that are in, like nuts. I can't do this justice, but seeds and nuts aren't designed. Hang on. Yeah, I can't do it justice. But basically, there's lots of things in plants, toxins. You know, nothing wants to be eaten. Basically, everything's trying to survive. So, but there is a slight contradiction there where fruit is produced to be eaten, so then the seeds get split. But I think I'm right in saying the seed itself is not designed to be eaten, so it's heavily coated in these toxins. And nuts are obviously seeds, I think. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to regurgitate what wise people have told me. Yeah, I think you know, you can find the science to back up whatever you want to believe. And I'm not totally dismissing the chance that we're not supposed to eat animals. Like, it could be a huge psyop, but I'm pretty sure I look and feel better. And all I know is they're trying to encourage that. You know, that's how you know. Like, they seem to have eased off on it now, but there was a huge push. Like, when I was vegan, it felt like, you know, the society was turning vegan. There was a huge push from the powers that shouldn't be to legitimize it and promote it. So that basically tells you that it's not the best way to eat. But then you've got the attack on red meat, like how much they want you to stop eating red meat. Like, they're literally telling you that red meat is carcinogenic. Which it probably is now because of all the shit that's pumped into it and pumped into a food. But you know, but that's a different matter. So you know, for me, it's just very clear that when they don't want you to eat something, you need to eat it. So for me, that's the answer. That's how I feel like I come to my position more than anything else. I don't think South America's the answer. I like what I assume slash maybe project, but I think is the reality. I like the rebellious nature of it. I like the fact that Mexico has you know, most retards are like, but the what do you call it beginning with C in Mexico? Cartels. But the cartel is very dangerous. The cartels not as dangerous as the government, mate. Like, what cartels are freedom fighters. You know, and that's not me saying they're totally safe, or maybe it's not great to be around them. It's not like I would want to get involved with them. But potentially I'd rather be in a country that the cartels have fully overthrown the government than being one that's governed. So I really like that rebellious nature, because I feel like, you know, if there's any part of the world, maybe Eastern Europe and Slavic nations, although I think the Ukrainians are Slavic, aren't they? And they're not doing a very good job. But if there's any part of the world, I'm not talking about Russia, I'm talking about their own government dragging them off the streets and sending them to the meat grinder. Like, they don't seem to have been able to stand up to that or stop that, which obviously is very difficult, you know. But yeah, there's something around South Americans and their rebellious, ungovernable nature that does appeal to me. But apart from that, it doesn't appeal to me at all. I just noise and chaos, and lots of bioweapons, particularly in Brazil. Brazil really doesn't appeal to me because it's like the melting pot, isn't it? It's like the example of multiculturalism, and it doesn't work. You know, all the I shouldn't really speak into Brazil. I don't fucking know, but my understanding is that, you know, you've got these people in the north, these people in the center, these people in the south, and they don't want anything to fucking do with each other. Obviously, like, that's how it always works out, you know. Yeah, balkanization, and Neymar is another really good example. Like, multiculturalism just doesn't work. England's a great example. You know, they're not multiculturalism. They're not mixing. It's just lots of different cultures. And then, God forbid, there's a cricket match between Pakistan and India, and you'll see that there is that they're not mixing. Actually, I was going to answer it, but it's speaking into illegal stuff, so I can't. Oh, I'm way behind in the chat. Fucking hell, we were talking about Fiji ages ago. Ah, right. So it's not bioweapon. It's not Caribbean islands. Maybe it is an option then. So how long did I say I'd do? Did I? Oh, I've lost it. I've lost it because I'm feeling really tired, and they closed the door. Seems to stop me moving. No, the doors are still open. I don't know if they just decided to stop screaming. That's nice. Um. Oh, here we go. Astral projection. I can astral project. Lots of astral projection guided meditations on YouTube. It's kind of easy. It's annoying though because I always wake up so tired because my sleep has been busy. My understanding of astral projection is you're not asleep. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's lucid dreaming, isn't it? If you're doing it while you're asleep. I thought astral projection was more of a meditation. Yeah, again, this could be my projection because I have never done it or never tried to do it or can't do it. I just feel like it's your ego. Like, you know, you put on the YouTube video and you get into this space and you sort of tell. I mean, so my understanding of astral projection is that you can, you know, oh, I want to go to the moon, and you go and see the moon, or I want to go and see the 1930s, or, you know, 2080, and you go there and you sort of view it from above. Is that correct? I'm just aware of, you know, the power of the mind and the ego to do mental somersaults. Like, we live in a world where people cut the cock off and think they're a woman. So this is like, you know, the mental somersaults the mind will do to satisfy the ego. So I just wonder if it's that, but at the same time, I'm totally aware that it's beyond my perception. So I could well be projecting onto it, and probably am projecting onto it. And it's a very, you know, established, accepted thing amongst spiritual people. It's not, you know, there's not really anybody denying it except me. Okay, yeah, you meant lucid dreaming. Again, so that kind of reinforces the ego thing, because I don't think somebody who was really delving into this would make that mistake, because it's quite a big distinction. I had one once when I was beat to death. Had one what? Don't know if that's related to the astral projection, as in you were beat to death and then I mean, that's like, again, I mean, that would be, you know, some would say you kind of half died and the soul was leaving the body, but it could be like a coping mechanism, like passing out is like when it gets too much, like you leave the body, like mentally or maybe spiritually, like who knows. But And then we put this word on it, astral projection, but you know, maybe it was just intense fear and a reaction beyond anything you've experienced before from your nervous system that made you feel like you left your body. I don't know. Like, I'm just playing with ideas. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know. But what bores me in life is when people just go, yeah, tell me more, and don't analyze and don't you know, pull apart and inquire and ask questions, just from a place of inquiry, which you know is very odd. Hey, see, I mean, that's not my understanding, but again, it's going to be different for everyone. Pinch yourself through the day and tell yourself you're not dreaming. Yeah, I've heard this before actually. Eventually you'll have a lucid dream, but why? Why would I care? Like I mean, I'm quite enjoying my life now. You know, this is quite a recent turnaround, like the last, well, basically since I started living in the forest. And there was a big shift at the time that I had the rants at Sophie and Rachel. Sorry, I just got distracted by something in the comments. Let me just get back to it. Yeah, so I quite enjoy life, or I'm certainly not disliking life, but it's still, you know, quite a long day. I came on this life because I didn't really know what to do with myself, and that noise was driving me crazy. So, you know, I still find it quite irritating. So why the fuck would I want to be aware when I'm asleep? Like, that's like the relief. Isn't sleep the best bit? I mean, I was about to say, isn't dreaming the best bit? So I suppose if you can be lucid in your dreams, it's going to make it a lot more interesting, I suppose. But I have no desire to be conscious during my sleep. You know, I very much appreciate the time I can be unconscious. Do I even want to discuss it? Do I even want to fucking discuss it? Sorry, that's not in reference to your comment. That's in reference to some theories I have about your potential identity. I don't really want to go into it. But then if I don't go into it, I'm going to ignore all your comments, which is a shame because they are good comments. But then are you a fucking psychopath? So I don't I'm going to go into it. I don't recognize you, Walla Walla Bing Bang. You're new. When I click on your profile, it's a new account that's just been created. So that's a sign that you have been created by the psychopath, or you are the psychopath. And you seem to know a lot about him. You seem to know too much about him, which suggests to me you are him. And also, you're, you know, so your comments have wisdom in them, which makes me think you're not him. But also, he's not stupid, and he's psychopathic and dark and fucked, and you know, like living a horrendous existence. But he's not stupid. He's actually quite intellectually intelligent, and he knows how to play the two sides. Hence, you know, how he treats me. So I'm a bit wary of you. I'm like, is this him? And therefore, obviously, I don't want to bring up your comments because if you are him, you'll be massively getting off on it. And I don't want to feed the energy harvesting. I don't want to feed the demon. But I could be completely wrong, and somehow you just do know some stuff about him. Because a while, when it all kicked off, there were some people who, like, this guy's quite notorious. I'm not the first person he's done it to, you know. This is how he lives. You know, this is what he does. He's an energy vampire. That's what he is. He's demonically possessed. So yeah, it could be that you actually just do know about him. I really hope you're not him because this is the sickening thing. Like, I like your comments, but then I'm like, is it happening again? Is he managing to I mean, not that it matters, not that it, you know, it doesn't really matter other than I don't want to feed the demon. So, Walla Walla Bing Bang, what do you say about that? How do you know about him? So I am gonna start coming down to the bottom of the chat because I want to see Walla Walla Bing Bangs. And we've only got another 5 minutes anyway. If no one donates. Do you know him, Homeless One? Yeah, I mean, I'm very wary of any profile that's been created like in the last couple of months. Does he comment on your videos? Are you aware of this person? So this is a question to Kiwi about Walla Walla Bing Bang. Yeah, it's when I was watching the live back, and it was when you said what I know is his trauma. You know, I can sense it, and well, it's just obvious because to be that psychopathic, to have such a psychopathic reaction to being rejected, because that's what happened. He tried to be my friend, and I rejected him. He was sending me money, and I was like, nah, I'm not having a. You know, you can send me money, but that he thought that meant that he could email me, and I had to respond, and I had to respond to his comments. I was like, no, that's not happening. You can stop sending money. And then the level of reaction to that showed us such a severe rejection wound in this man, i.e., he has experienced rejection all his life, and it's going to have to be the biggest rejection. So you know that's the mother, you know. And you said that in your comment. So to know that, I think you're him. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I mean, you do absolutely give a fuck, but it's a good start. It's a good start. You know, I really want to like you, Sophie, but you just make it so fucking difficult. I don't say I'm fine when people ask me I have a day off or I go to work crying and tell them I want to think about my actual life. Yeah, there's always two sides to everything. Like, yeah, that is kind of authentic, but also, you know, is it just wanting to be a victim and wanting to get attention? Okay, so no one's paid anymore. We're going to end in 2 minutes, so I'm going to go down to the bottom of the chat and just see what Walla and Kiwi have got to say. Not enough to convince me, to be honest. Kiwi hasn't mentioned it. This is all we've got from Walla. How do you know him? How do you know? And how do you know him? And how do you know? You know, the thing is, right, you've only just appeared on my YouTube, yet you know he's been, in his mind, stalking me. I don't see it that way because he's just irrelevant. But you said, you sad bastard, you've stalked him for 12. Okay, I'm coming. You've stalked him for 12 months, and then you put everyone hates you, including your mama. And so I'll get back to that. So he reckons he answered further up, so I'm just trying to find that. No, so this is the next comment from you, so presumably you're not going to be writing that when I've just said what I've said. So I don't see it. Check again. If anyone wants the live to go on for another half hour, then chuck a fiver in. If not, it's going to end when I've finished with Walla Walla Bing Bong. So there's his iodine is talking about iodine. And then that's the next one. No explanation. But he's saying he commented for. I watched you since Mexico is how I know he did it years. I had a different account back then. It's exactly what he'd say, isn't it? Oh, Debbie wants it to go on. Is that your second donation, Debbie? I think that might be your second donation. Yes, it's the same Debbie. Bless you, Debbie. Debbie has contributed £15 to this live. So if you've enjoyed it, feel some gratitude towards Debbie and feel into what it is that stops you. What's your restriction? What's your story? A better example, because I know asking for money is a bit of a big one. What is it that stops you from liking a video? Because I used to not like videos. I used to just take, have expectation, not be able to emphasize with the other side at all. Basically because I was extremely jealous of somebody who could make a living in this way. And I didn't want to give them anything because I was envious of them. So I wouldn't like their videos. So it's a really good piece of self-work to ask yourself or to try and feel where in your body and what story is attached to it. What it is that stops you from liking someone's videos when you do like the video or when you do like the person, or you're at least, you know, even if you're not able to like because you're so in self-hatred, acknowledge that if you're watching a video, you're getting something from it. And therefore, it would be good to give back a click of a button. Like, that's the levels we're talking here. That's how ungiving, how unflowing, how repressed and selfish and contorted society has become, that only 10% of people like. I mean, my like ratio is really high. You know, it's at least 10%, if not more. But, you know, the general YouTube ratio is 10%, I believe. So that's the first stage. And then if you've got to a point where you obviously feel good about giving back and you are in some sort of symbiotic, you know, relationship with the universe, and you know that, you know, what you give and what you receive is, you know, it's a circle, it's a flow, it's a reflection. Then how would it feel to donate to your favorite YouTuber? If that may be me, perhaps, but this is just hypothetical and it's not hypothetical, sorry, this is just general. And this is just a concept about giving, or about more about the repression that stops you from doing it. And you know, so I experience it now when I drive past a 80-year-old woman who's got a stick on her shoulder. She's in baking sunlight, and on the end of each stick are two massive fucking baskets, one containing plastic and one containing cardboard. And she clearly has done this every day for her life, and she's going to do it every day until she drops dead. And I've started giving them money, and I don't know if that's the right thing to do or not. I don't know if that's kind of disrespectful, but they seem to appreciate it. They're a bit shocked by it. But obviously there's loads of them, so there's only a few you can give money to. But it's taken me a long time to do that. Like, I used to just drive past these people and sort of feel the like, ooh. But now I actually feel, so I can still feel the part of me that doesn't want to give someone £3. But I can, but so that's this big, and then there's a bigger part of me that feels the absolute joy of giving. And it could be a story that's created, but an assumption that, you know, that's going to have a real impact on her for at least a day, maybe a couple of days. Because I mean, how much do you earn collecting plastic? And it can't be more than £1 a day, right? So if somebody just gives you £3, it means you can have 2 days off. But I doubt they'll do that. I think they'll just keep working because that's all they know. And then when I wonder whether it's right or not, oh yeah, so this is when I go into a fantasy of being rich and being able to just change someone like that, like just change their life. Like, you know, you've spent your whole life picking up plastic and, you know, rubbish essentially, and you know, just grafting for a living day in, day out. If a Westerner came along, and you're 85, so that's all you've ever known. If a Westerner came along and retired you, gave you 10 grand, would you actually die? Like, would you be able to cope? Like, to go from that level of grind, kind of enslavement, but it's a bit different. It's not, it's very, whatever. Let's call it grind. To having free time, like for the mind to cope with that would be fucking huge. Like suddenly she might. I don't know if oh God, so hard to speak authentically on YouTube. I wonder if there's a higher percentage of NPCs in certain continents than others. Let's just say that. So I don't know if self-observation is available to many in certain places in the world. So if I was to retire someone in a third world country, would they be able to sit and be present? Would they start self-observing? Would that freak them out? Would they know what to do with themselves, basically? And then I wonder, like, would they just shrivel up and die? Like, if you took away the one thing that's keeping them going, but they just do every fucking day, and suddenly they don't have to do it, like, I don't think they're going to expand. I think they might fucking shrivel up and die. But you'd like to think that they would just be able to enjoy and relax and be appreciative of, like, the last 5 to 10 years of their life, not having to pick up rubbish every day. But I don't know, this is what I mean. This is how different it is. And, we will just come out here and assume that, of course, to retire one of them would be a great act of kindness. But actually, maybe it could end them. See what you make of that. Right, can we get to the bottom of Walla Walla Bing Bong's identity? I don't think we're going to be able to, because I don't really see how we can, other than me doing a Zoom call with him or something. Like, I don't know how you can prove it. And even that, you could fake on AI. Okay. So I'm pretty sure you're a hater, or you just have a very similar name to a hater that I block over and over again. So I think you're the psycho. So you'll just be loving it because I'm picking you up, and as long as you're spoken about, you just love it. So that, there's just no way to know, but I think that probably means it's more likely that he is, because I think this is the psycho. So yeah, who knows? Who knows what the psycho would say? Whether they try and get me to think, he'd probably try and get me to think that it's not him. But then he's just so excited about being talked about, really. Oh my god! Oh, attention. Thank you so much. Yeah, you never told me if you're new. I asked you yesterday if you're new. I'm pretty sure you're new, and you get super involved in the lives, and you've donated in the last 2 lives. Hugely appreciated. No question, I don't think. Oh my God, there's another one here. Wow, it's getting quite gorgeous. It always becomes worthwhile in the end, because you guys are great. Thank you so much, Spiritual Worry. Was Worry already taken? Thank you guys. Thank you very much. So recent donators are Getting Sticky, who I'm starting to like very much, and Spiritual Wire. I feel like you donated the other day and contributed to the live quite a lot the other day, but I feel like that was Spiritual Worry, but maybe I'm wrong. Look at like people try. I mean, I do like the OGs, and I do value them slightly higher. I suppose there's something in it. There's something in following a YouTuber when he was tiny, and then like if they get to 100,000, like yeah, you were part of it. Like there is something in it, but I can just see like how much it means to your ego, like which is a bit sad. But at the same time, it's kind of cool. But you are a proper sad bastard. Like you really are a sad bastard. Not like this one. Carry is cool. Thanks for 2. Thanks for 2. Thanks for 2. Oh. Yeah, so is this bad? I'm not asking for Richard Bicker's opinion, obviously, but it could be a worthwhile reflection. So I'm new to lives, I'm learning. I am always miles behind in the chat, and I kind of tell myself, I think that comes from fear. That comes from previous experiences when I got to the end of a chat and then had nothing to talk about and felt stressed. Now, that was when I was in like there can't be any silences, I need to entertain mode before this recent, shift where I'm much more just like it will be whatever it will be. Less expectations or less need to taking less validation from what you think of the life, basically. And in that as well, knowing that the life will be better. So but I'm always miles behind because I don't really want to get to the end because then I actually have to think what to say rather than just riffing off your comments, which is way easier. But also, it's if I just zoom down, then I miss stuff and then it's all out of context. But I also appreciate from your point of view, if you've been watching for 2 hours and I'm watching and I'm answering questions from an hour ago, not great. But when I watch Marshall, it's the same. I don't think there's any other way of doing it. But please enlighten me if you've got experience of it and you're not just a hateful prick like this who just wants to criticize. But he might actually, through his hatred, actually be, obviously unconsciously and without intention, be offering some sort of worthwhile reflection. He's such a spaz. I've just read his next comment. He's just such a spaz. It's just pathetic. In fact, why is this person here? Let's block him. Like, he's just awful. He's already blocked from my other channel. Let's block him from this channel as well. But oh no, sorry, that's not Richard Bicker. That's Blimey that's just gone. Bye, Blimey. The reason I'm keeping you, Bicker, is actually I wonder if this is the same Richard Bicker, because the actual Richard Bicker that was on my Mexico videos was incessant and just awful. Now, this Richard Bicker is still awful, but not as awful. But isn't incessant. Like the last Richard Bicker was in everyone's comments. Now, maybe he's worked out that if he does that, he's basically worked out where my tolerance ends. And, I will allow plebs who just comment on a video, like one comment, maybe two comments. But it's when they start getting involved with everyone else's comments and just, being horrible, that's when I block them. So maybe he's worked that out and he's realized what he can get away with and what he can't. But I wonder if it's really him because I don't think he would be able to show any restraint because the guy that's his number one distraction. His number one distraction from himself because that's what everything is. Every action you take that's not conscious and he, just every action you take is an avoidance of self ultimately. So this guy's obvious way of doing that is by trolling people's YouTube comments. One of his ways, he's also got his flashlight and he's fat as fuck. He eats loads of food, and he's got his fucking office slave job to occupy him for 40 hours a week and all that shit. But I just don't believe you would be able to restrain yourself. I don't believe you'd be able to just put one comment on. Now, what I want to bring back, okay, so yeah, it's him, because if it wasn't him, he'd be really actively. He'd feel some contortion in the fact that I think he's a psychopath. Unless he's just super fucking cool and has done a load of self work and just has no part of him left that is even affected by what people say about him. But he seems to like. I mean, speaking from the perspective that it might not be a psychopath. He seems to like me and enjoys being part of his stream, so presumably wouldn't want to get banned. And as it stands, he's going to get banned. So he doesn't seem to be doing anything about that, which makes me think more. So this is the most we've got. Kiwi, I assume, has gone. Right. So let's try. I did go to the bottom of the chat a bit ago, though. I don't think Kiwi is answering my questions because that would give us a good gauge. That would give us a good gauge. Yeah, I am because I don't, I understand psychology and I understand why you are as retarded as you are. And I understand that it's all a defense mechanism and all that. And I don't get easily triggered. Like I get triggered, but I'm not like your generic, like, your level of perception that just lives in constant trigger and projection. So I don't like blocking people. I don't like it. And at first I was absolutely adamant that I would never block anyone. And then I experienced being a YouTuber and realized like, oh right, wow, this is I didn't realize how hateful the world was and how distorted people are. But I still try and give retards a chance. But you are right. When one gets a mod, they're much more because they want to do a good job, so they're much more cutthroat and assume that there's things that I would react to, which I don't really. And now he's talking to Bicker, so it's not looking good, is it? And he's trying to like look like he's defending me and like on my side. Yeah, it's him, man. It's definitely him. So let's get rid of Gloop because that's definitely him. Now I'll just keep winging it and still absolutely acing this life compared to you. Learn your craft, says the zombie in an office. Right, we're at the yeah, I think so. I think so. It's a shame, although it's totally irrelevant because they're not really them. But it's a shame, so this is what I mean, he's able to play many characters. And when he first came onto my channels as himself, he was right wing. But then he was able to play these like ultra left Antifa characters and like had a knowledge of that world as well. Like it was very bizarre. I've never known anyone have such an in-depth knowledge. But then what I also recognize is that, he made me his life. So he probably just spent hours and hours researching. I mean, because it was just unfathomable to me that someone could dedicate so much time to just hating on someone. But that's what this person does. All right, so we're gonna delete Walla Walla Bing Bang. I won't do it now. I'll give him one more chance on a live. I mean, if he really isn't him and he wants to prove it, he can email me. And there's ways that we can prove it. Because I don't, this is a sad thing. Like, he's a good contributor. But that's, the act that this psychopath would play. All right, guys. Have I done the time? Did someone chuck more money in? Do I have to do longer? I can't even remember where we're at, to be honest. I think, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, there's another £3. So we better, oh, God. All right. So I think Debbie took it to, oh, God, let's try and work this out. Debbie originally, I think I did an hour for free. And then Debbie took it to 1.5. And then a tribe called Duff took it to 2. Then Delightfully Not took it to 2.5. And then Debbie took it to 3. Oh, shit. And then we've had these amazing people. This one being the latest, who hasn't had his acknowledgement yet. Thank you very much, brother. Thank you to Handsome Paul. Yeah, you're a big supporter. Recognize you've been on the channels for a while. Always really appreciated you and your comments. And of course, your real giving support. So, by the rules of the game, really, that takes us to 3.5 hours, doesn't it? Right, let's have a 5-minute break. I'll be back. Yeah. Oh, we've only lost 3. Amazing. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Also, Mr. Bicker, this whole learn your craft thing, how do you think one learns their craft? I know you're like from the indoctrinated world of like, you learn by being taught by another indoctrinated person just regurgitating bollocks. But actually, you learn through experience. You know, the master of anything is somebody that's done something for 10,000 hours. There's a book called 10,000 Hours. It's really good. And one of the few books I've read, actually, The 10,000 Hour Expert or something like that, it might be called. And the life might be a bit slower now. um, so yeah, how am I supposed to learn my craft without doing the craft? This is the learning. This is the process. You are witnessing it in action. You got better at milking, better at editing, better at thumbnails. You need, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Exactly. I'm doing it right now. Learning. Okay. How? And I would like to think that, you know, the only thing I can think of is writing lies and trying to destroy reputation. But I would like to think that people are wise enough to be able to see the truth. Like, am I going to believe this guy writing stuff in the comments, or am I going to believe what I've witnessed over many, many hours? Um, I've got a sense of this man. He releases hours of content a day, of which much of it I've consumed. I'm going to trust my judgment over what some retard's saying in the comments. But maybe expand. How? How do they do it? Look at this person trying to shame me. Tom posted his own father while he lived at his mum and dad's house at the age of 14 in his pants at 5 a.m. on his YouTube channel. Yeah. I have the clips. I'll post them on my channel. I mean, what a sad bastard to be clipping my content to try and shame me. Like, I'm not ashamed of that. It was funny. And what I was, so the pleb will focus on the negative, supposedly, like someone being in their pants. But I just wanted to show the reality of like how my dad and I communicate. It was just a raw, authentic, real moment that was caught on camera. So yeah, of course, proud to share that stuff. Dale Duncan's guilty verdict. So it's going to be one of these channels where he just clips successful YouTubers, relatively to what he will be, and tries to shit on them. So this person seems to have managed to come back. I'm sure I've already banned them once. So they troll. They want others to believe. You see, this is what he does, man. It's so hard to know because it could just be like a really cool guy. All right, this person needs to go. If they're not here to contribute, they're not here to contribute or expand. So what's the point? Let's just get rid of it. Hey, Paul, how you doing, man? He's obsessed with you as well, which makes me kind of question whether you're another character that he's created. But I don't think you are. Ah, here he is. The live's about to get a lot wiser. Oh yeah, so I watched that video, mate. Fantastic. Really, really, really in depth. It really covers it, doesn't it? Really covers it. So thank you for that recommendation. I will be watching more of his content. So I'm at the bottom of the chat. I'm meant to be doing another half hour, but I'm not sure I've got it in me. Oh, that would be a good one. Can we name the chat? What have we spoke about today? Yeah, give me some name suggestions for the chat. Yeah, that's how they operate. That's their life. The title is Getting My Grift Done, so obviously that's me taking a piss. And you get triggered. I would give him some if it was possible, so he could do a coconut for me. How do I do it for you? I don't understand. But tell me what you want me to do with the coconut for a fiver, and I'll do it. As long as it doesn't involve sticking it into any orifices. It's a bit big. Okay, I think that's an admission. So ban user and delete comments. Ah, what a crazy world. Yeah, that's actually the ironic bit, isn't it? Like he's trying to shame me for posting it, and then he's like, "I'm gonna repost it." Libtard logic. No, just because I've exhausted that sort of content, I don't need to see it anymore. But I watch some of his videos, like if there's a new development. But like, so right now he's done the flat Earth thing. He's totally ripped that apart, or ripped the spinning globe apart, I should say. And now he's moved on to how time traveling and celebrities basically, and how they're all saying like, so Alistair, he believes that, and has kind of proven potentially that Alistair Crowley is, what's that big fat show called? Alex Jones. There's loads of examples. Jim Carrey, just so many. But they just recycle. Oh, who was that really good comedian? Bill Hicks. Who's he now? He's, oh, I forget who Bill Hicks is. No, Bill Hicks is Alex Jones. I can't remember. But basically, what he's doing is he's taking Alistair Crowley is Joe Rogan. Alistair Crowley is Joe Rogan, and Bill Hicks is Alex Jones, according to the fittest flat earther, which of course is all just conspiracy and nonsense and for entertainment purposes only. And he takes their faces side by side and analyzes them, and it's remarkable. And then when you and like people who have died as well. And then when you, yeah, I can't really remember the details, but you know, when you see things like that crazy Barron Trump time traveling book, you know, I can't remember, but there was a book basically written that totally predicts Barron Trump's life, and it's just insane, like it's just impossible unless you kind of accept that maybe there's different timelines playing out at the same time, and what we call time travel, although it might not be traveling, it might just be crossing timelines or whatever, is a thing. Fucking mental. But you have to be open to this stuff, because it's, you know, it's all just unraveling. You know, everything that you think is fucking crazy, like it's like, you know, the typical how long is it between a conspiracy theory being a conspiracy theory and it being the truth? Like, it's not long now, is it? And you know, everything that you think is fucking crazy and not possible turns out to be reality, either days, weeks, months, years later, depending on how aware you are. The trolls all come across as deeply jealous of Tom, and I don't get why. You could use all this energy of hatefulness to work on yourself. I'd feel awful inside. Yeah, totally. But it's easier. I mean, obviously it's not easy. Like they live a horrible existence, but they're so repressed and traumatized and operating in low vibrations that to break out of that on a short-term basis, on a like doing it in this moment basis, is fucking really challenging. So it actually seems easier in the moment to stay in the hatred and the projection. But obviously, if they were to do the work long term, it would get easier and better. But they just can't lean in because it's so painful. Like they, you know, these are deeply traumatized people, and trauma creates jealousy. That's what I'm referring to. Like he's when in his emails that I shared with you, a couple of them, he was talking about you a lot. Well, the videos, it's I don't fucking know, mate. It's just me showing my life. You know, it's in the official travel vlogger genre, but I don't like traveling, so that's a bit of an issue. So it's just me showing existing in this crazy world as somebody who feels like he's relatively conscious and maybe interesting to some people, perhaps, maybe. But the lives are very different. The lives are actually more the content that's on my other channel, which is at Tom_greatorex, and is more philosophical. Yup, Tarzion. I'm obviously saying that wrong. So this is the video that was recommended to me yesterday by We Fat Shrug. Answered so many of the questions I had when I first heard him. I couldn't sleep for a week. He ignited my mind so much. Yeah, a bit monotone. I for the first 5 minutes, I was just like, oh no. But out of respect for you, I pushed through it, and then I was really glad I did because he fucking nails it. But I think I drifted in and out of it. I think because of the monotone nature. You know, you've got to want to listen to him, haven't you? You've got to really, you know, he's not, he doesn't hook you. You've got to dedicate yourself to it. And I didn't, yeah, no, there was definitely stuff I didn't know, but basically he just pulled everything together that I'm already aware of, but in a really intellectual, detailed, clear way. Like when I say there's no knowing, you know, I do ultimately believe that one can never really know, and surrendering into a great mystery is the only real enlightenment. But that guy fucking knows at the same time. Okay, so here's an explanation of how a hater can ruin a channel. Lies do damage. Only big, well-known creators survive the retarded lies. Well, I don't know, man. I've had loads of them, and you know, okay, maybe that's why it's not a massive channel. But yes, I fucking do get in sticky. I'm getting distracted. You know, I just trust that if I show up authentically, that people will feel that and know that any lie that's told about me is just that, you know, and also that I own up to everything. Like, you know, I really display my shadow and all my blind spots that I'm aware of and can speak into. So it would be very strange for me for people. Obviously, there will be some retards that believe lies, but they're not my target audience anyway. Like I want people who can discern, who have a sense of self and therefore awareness and discernment rather than just following the crowd. Like you see Sophie, who kind of wants to be a supporter, tries to be a supporter, but then you see her getting lost in the haters' comments and being influenced by them and agreeing with them, like because she doesn't know who she is. She's just like she blows in the wind. But they're not my target audience. Big YouTubers have built up trust, major trust. It takes time, not for when practicing lives. I saw the process in true crime community. Yeah, but true crime community is completely unconscious. Like that's the ultimate in entertainment, escapism, really dark. I've done it. So I can really speak from like knowing where I was at energetically when I was watching that sort of thing. And not for quite a while, but not too long ago, like in the last year, I've fallen back into it, like in really depressed times, in times where I'm in the void and really feeling, and it feels like there's no end. But obviously, it always turns out to be a breakthrough. But you know, it feels really hopeless at the time. I go back to them. I don't think I would now, but you know, there will be another void again soon, so maybe I'll watch a few more. But you know, it's such a external, low vibrational, you know, darkness that's intoxicating, murder stories. You know, that's again, they're going to be exactly the sort of people that would be influenced by lies because they, you know, it's the ultimate avoidance. I mean, there's probably stronger avoidance, like being a smackhead, for example. But you know, in terms of the entertainment genre, and again, I'm not judging it because I've done it. You know, this is why I can speak into it. I'm not judging it. I'm just speaking to the reality of it. It's a very strong, you know, like I talk about, like if you're not willing to lean into the light, which means pain initially, then you need to have the equivalent level of leaning into the darkness to cover it up. Hence the haters like being so intense because they have to be so into the hate to avoid the obvious reflection to them from the light. Like you know, the reflection is very clear, so they have to really delve into it. So when you're looking for distraction, as humans do, because we find sitting and being present very difficult, because we will feel ourselves. We will find the right level of intoxication, dopamine hits, getting lost in, ability to get lost in, that we need. I don't know. I hope this is making sense. So if you need to go to the levels of hearing stories about murder, which is, just activating that fear vibration, because that actually feels safer when that's all you know. Fear feels safer than love if all you know is fear, because you know it, you know how to handle it. Like, yeah, it's agony, but you know it. Whereas actually, like, when you start feeling peace or love, at first it's fucking terrifying because you don't know it. And again, I'm speaking from experience. I'm not looking down on anyone at any point on anything that I've spoken into there, because I've been all of those things. So again, I appreciate your input. I appreciate it's true on the in the perspective and in the realms you're speaking of, but I don't feel it's true for me. But it's been a really good talking point. I really appreciate your comment. Oh wow, Debbie, you're being super generous tonight. Massive Bellend trolls should be the title. It's a good title. Yeah, so far that's probably the title. Massive Bellend trolls. Let's do it now. And if anyone comes up with a better one, we can change it again. Very good, Debbie. Very good. Thank you for all your contributions, support, and including a title suggestion. A good title suggestion was going to be used. What was it? Massive Bellend trolls. What other YouTuber gives you a chance to name the bloody video? Probably those. Why is it saying I've spelled Bellend wrong? Is that just because YouTube's gay? How did you spell it? Yeah, of course that's how you spell Bellend. I always get paranoid. I mean, my spelling's terrible, but particularly, after a smoke, I get very, obvious words, but I know how to spell, and like, and obviously because I'm putting them out there to the world in a title, you're like, oh my god, I better double check how you spell go. Obviously, I'm exaggerating, but it is ridiculous. Like, I check words that are just like that. I absolutely know how to spell. This guy's great. This guy's great. So, Getting Sticky is asking, do I watch Jet Fanzine? So I've mentioned him in a few of my recent videos on the other channel as an example of evidence that it seems that we have old souls here and newer souls here. By which I mean, some souls have been here before, or many times, some souls less times, or it could be other realms, who knows what's going on. But, when you meet somebody of such youth, so I'm pretty sure Jet is 22, who has such wisdom, just incredible. He reads a lot. It's interesting because it's like, it's different to what I do. It's less of him. He's like, he doesn't need to really be raw or vulnerable. Like, he speaks from a knowledge base. So I mean, he's so young. I don't think he's surrendered or done the work yet, but he's just been born with this incredible wisdom and articulation and intellect. He's a very, very impressive young man. I highly recommend his channel. If you watch my other channel, then I think you'd really like Jet Fanzine. The only issue is his age, because I'm aware, I haven't looked for a long time, but I think my average viewers are like 40 to 60, or the majority of them. That's certainly not Today Satan. I don't know if I've ever even checked this channel or the other channel, but I feel like that's the case, and maybe we should look. Let me know if you want to look, if you think that's interesting or not. I don't know if that's interesting. I think it's interesting. Is it interesting? Tell me if it's interesting, and we'll look. What we're talking about? Oh shit, I've lost it. Average viewers. Yeah. So it can be difficult as like so for me, I only notice it when he starts talking about his time in school, and he's using references to school, and it's just a bit hard to relate to, and So, you know, if you're one of my 50-year-old viewers, that might be. And then there's also the potentiality to get triggered by, you know, look how much I trigger people, and I'm 40, and I'm not even that wise. He's 22 and super fucking wise. Like, it's triggering for people. It's really triggering for people. So, yeah, that's the only. Well, there's no only. It's all on you and how you feel about things. But I think he's great. I think he's absolutely great. He's really good for me as well. Like he talks about the YouTube journey as well. He talks about that really quite honestly. You know how like so many content creators pretend they just love it and it's all like it's all purposeful and it's all I'm doing it all because I love it and I want I'm not using very good words. But what he does, maybe I can just express it through what he does instead. Like he will openly like talk about just throwing shit at a wall until something fucking sticks. Like he's honest. And he speaks into the reality of being a content creator and what you actually have to do, not the shiny exterior. That's it. Most content creators give you the shiny exterior, but he talks into the reality of what it takes to become a content creator, and he has done it. Like I'm not sure how big his YouTube channel is. I feel like it might be about 15,000, but he's like proper blown up on TikTok and Instagram. I mean, I don't go into those realms. But the numbers sound really big to me. You know, I don't know if he'd be like a recognizable face to the masses on there, but you know, he's like really dedicated himself to being a content creator. Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much, man. That's really appreciated. Oh gosh, yeah, I'm getting tired. Like, there's no way I can just keep being like, oh yeah, we'll go on and on. I mean, I might try and beat the record. So far the record is 3.5 hours. So you know, as Paul Struts in a tenor, I will try and go on to 4 hours, but I don't know if I can. We will see. And obviously, you can help make that happen by putting good comments in that allow me to riff. And of course, sending money and motivating me. Yes, that's the NASA symbol. All the symbols are so telling. Like the CERN symbol is 666. Is it CERN? I think it's CERN. It's 3 6s moshed together. I mean, the best one for me is like the medical symbol. I don't know. I think it's international, but it's like is it a siphon, a stick, or you know, some sort of Masonic object with a serpent wrapped around it, and that's like our sign for healing people. But yeah, the forked tongue going through the massive logo is quite telling. So I'm not fully following, but I think you're referencing. So We Fat Shrug has said Bellend has the same profile as Caesar bust, but not all of them. So that I don't understand that, not all of them, but I don't understand the bust bit. But I think you're saying that, but then Bellend's too young. Like, how would you put their profiles together? Yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying actually. Yeah, I mean, they're dictated by you guys. As I said at the start, I always panic in the first at least 5 minutes, but sometimes up to 20 minutes, and regret starting the live and feel self-conscious. And I'm like, oh my God, as if I can do this. And then they just seem to flow, and people start throwing shekels at me, and my ego loves that. And it gives me a sense of security because we've all been conditioned into scarcity. Okay, you may be calling me in here, what people call calling out. I haven't read the files. I don't feel like I need to. So I say they eat babies because I know they do. It may not be in the files, but I know they do. You know, that's what the Gate of Pizzas was about, and there's a dripping of a frazzle as well. There's you know, I don't know if anything, it's impossible to be certain about anything, but there's the old chrome of adrenos as well. There's a lot to suggest that they do things with babies. Oh, sorry, if you're listening, the question is, why do you believe that Epstein ate babies? I saw the claims. It's in the released files, went and looked at the files myself and couldn't find anything. I can't find evidence. What evidence do you have? So, oh no, and also don't forget that the Epstein files is just a psyop. The Epstein files has been given to you by the usual It's Them Every Time Club. It's a total distraction from, the real stuff, which is one world government. So there's not. They're only going to reveal low-hanging fruit in there, and what they're also doing, what a big part of what they need to do is get you to hate all politicians and lose faith in all politicians. So that's why they're like kind of starting. Well, they are revealing that Trump is one of them. So that you'll accept an AI government. You'll be like, oh, nothing can be worse than this. Let's fucking take an AI government, and then of course it'll also be fucking Project Bluebeam at the same time, and you'll be told that we need an AI government to counteract this or whatever. So yeah, it's probably not in the Epstein files, but that doesn't mean it's not true. And the Epstein files are just giving you the very, very, very tip of the iceberg because it's all part of the show. And of course, they do a really good job at making it look like Trump doesn't want them to be released, and so then you believe in these characters and you believe it's real. Like it's a very, very good show. Once you see through it's fucking pathetic. But until you really see through it, and by which I mean connecting like a lot of dots and seeing that it is like a big picture, it's not. There's no isolated incidences going on. Until you see it, it's very convincing. Revelation of method isn't them being forced to tell you the truth. They cannot create, so they need us to manifest reality. Yeah. I'm aware of this. I'm not sure I am able to speak into it, but it's basically I'm going to use the word reptilians, but it could maybe be greys or whatever is running the show. They can't actually manifest. Oh yeah, he's used the word manifest. Yeah, so they can't actually manifest anything. They can't create anything. Like they don't have that ability. Like whether it's because of natural law, I think maybe, or because they're missing the ability to do that because they're like demonic, low vibrational beings. It could be a bit of both. Like we Fat Sugar will tell us which one it is, or something else. But basically, this is why predictive programming exists. This is why they tell us everything, because that's one of the really crazy things. And at first, I thought it was karmatic, where I think it's what we Fat Sugar saying. So they have to get us, they have to predictively program us for us to create a collective consciousness of a concept. So, for example, 9/11 was shown in films loads and loads and loads, or planes going into particular towers many times in films. The predictive programming is just insane now. So yeah, so that's actually how they do it. Like we allow it all, we buy into it all through predictive programming and then coercion and fear and problem reaction solution. Oh God, yeah, all the time. I mean, am I not saying throughout all of my lives, like I don't really know. Of course, this could be my projection. Of course, this is what my ego would think. Like, I really try and make that clear, like because it is hard. Because relative to humanity, so this isn't me being egoic or thinking I'm amazing, because humanity's in the mud. But relative to humanity, I am very aware, and therefore, even the word right doesn't exist to me because I don't really. You know what? I think I actually don't live in duality anymore. Like I'm much more in the spectrum, oneness. But I don't like to use the word oneness because that implies that I feel like I'm connected to everything and everything is one, and I don't feel set. Like, of course, I still experience myself as an individual, but in terms of concepts, duality doesn't really exist for me. So So being right, I recognize, is of the ego, it's of the mind, it's of the belief system. So if you're ever thinking you're right, you've stopped. You've satisfied the ego, and the ego has got you. No, sorry, you've not satisfied the ego. You've been coerced by the ego, and you now have been tricked into being satisfied and thinking you know. And that's the end of your journey. That's the end of the surrender to the great mystery and the never-ending unfolding of more and more and more. Because that's like, for me, it's because consciousness is expanding at the same time through us. But what is undeniable to anybody who has fully experienced fully experienced is probably the wrong phrase, has deeply experienced surrender, is that it never ends. You know, it never stops expanding, it never stops unfolding. So it's phenomenal to me that you could even ask that question. But obviously, I understand you live in projection and repression and rejection. So you watch this and honestly think that I think I'm right about everything, whilst I'm stating in pretty much every point I make, not everyone, but you know, most of them, that I don't actually know, and I could well be wrong. You see how projection works, and how much it convinces you, and how untrue it is. Yeah. Totally. Pills to swine. They program feeble minds through archetypes and subliminal programming. Like, yeah, this guy's just fucking totally on it. Like, amazingly so. When I started listening to that video, there was a monotone thing, and then also he was talking very much about external matters for the first 5 minutes. So I started thinking, oh God, is We Fat Shug just like an expert of the external? And then, and then he goes, what is it he says? But I can't deny. He goes, most people who speak about this, they deny the, I can't remember what words he uses, but basically the spiritual aspect. And then he just fucking goes off on that, and it's like, whoa. Jealousy leads to anger, anger leads to hateful thoughts. There you go, summed up perfectly in a sentence. You've got a channel. Oh shit. So it's not We Fat Shug. I'll definitely give it a watch, mate, and if it's as good as I imagine it will be, I will promote it for you. I'm glad you feel them. I'm glad it gets you through the cloudy days. Like, that really does bring me great satisfaction when people let me know like how much it helps them get through this existence. And I know that feeling, you know, I know how much YouTubers I like help me get through this existence. So yeah, totally. He's a teacher, not so. This is that Tarzan's guy. A teacher, not an entertainer. So mate, you're so wise, man. You write so well. You speak so well. I really like you. Trolls hate other creators growing subs because they want more subs for their own channels. I mean, most trolls aren't able to create content. Most trolls aren't able to show themselves, hence the trolls, and they live under a bridge. And the only ones I've ever seen are like the ones I mentioned earlier that just take other content and rip it, but they never show their face. So again, I don't feel this. But again, I do appreciate your input. It's interesting. It's to sabotage you to competition for subs. It happens. Yeah. Like, YouTubers will do that from ego, but I wouldn't class them as trolls. Like, trolls are way below what it takes to show yourself on camera and expose yourself to the world. Even if you're doing it from ego, even if it's slop, even if you know you're being defensive or not telling the truth or whatever, it is massive. Like, you know, but you know, voice notes is a big step for people. So I noticed, obviously, when voice notes became a thing, I just started using them straight away and thought they were the best thing ever and super convenient, and you could express more, and it was just fast and fantastic. But I noticed that no one else did. Everyone else was shit scared of it. And so when I started like becoming a shadow worker and getting so bored with plebbery that I just started reflecting things to people and not giving a fuck if it meant they never spoke to me again because they're boring anyway. you know, I'd start like encouraging people to do voice notes, and I'd be like, "What's the fear? Like, what's stopping you?" And basically, what's stopping people to do voice notes is they can't control it, they can't delete it, and they're scared. I mean, you can delete it, but they're scared. But because they're being present and in the moment, they might say the wrong thing because we're so fucking conditioned to believe in the wrong. That, oh, don't be wrong. In a world that's completely insane and lying to you and everything's inverted, but don't you be wrong. Um, I lose it when I go off on those little things. Trolls, content creation. Yeah, I can't quite pick up on the exact point, but yeah, basically a troll would yeah, oh, yeah. So voice notes. So just being vulnerable enough to send a voice note is quite a big step for a lot of people. You know, so a troll is way below anyone that could send a voice note, in my opinion. Because they want to control and manipulate everything, so everything has to be like you know, they have to totally analyze something, analyze if it's manipulative enough. Is it going to get them their goals before they press send? They can't just like be in the moment and flow and be honest. So a voice note is too much for them. So I think a YouTube channel is definitely too much for them. No, it's illegal out here. I don't want to fuck with any laws out here. So no, it would mean I'd have to leave Southeast Asia. So, you know, I got all excited. I met the man in the tour. I didn't meet him. I got rejected by him. And then more lessons through not even speaking to him. And I got inspired and felt it was time. But obviously there was some ego in that and there's some excitement in that and getting a bit carried away in that. And then you know, I did some research and yeah, it's very illegal out here. The only place I can really do it, so it's all the shit woke countries that you can do it in, sadly. So I already said this in another live, so I'm not going to repeat it. What I will say is the only ones that work for me, obviously Canada doesn't work for me, for example, is East Europe, Eastern Europe. So Albus Adventures is responding to the free speech guy who is talking about people destroying people's channels, and they're saying, I don't understand it. I have such a small channel and I'm actually happy for creators. Well, this is why I don't agree with him, who have grown big channels. Can't imagine being a troll because you've experienced it and you know what it takes. So when you haven't done something, it's obviously you make assumptions, projections. And I used to just think, you know, I used to be jealous of YouTubers. So, and my story was, this is easy. Like, I didn't even really have a story. I just had resentment. But when I worked it through, I realized that I remember listening to a big YouTuber, I can't remember who it was, talking about another YouTuber that lost his channel. And he said, I would be devastated if I lost my channel. 10 years work, all these hours, blah, 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 blah. And I projected in that moment, what you're talking about, it's a fucking YouTube channel. And that was, you know, so that's what came up in me. So that's where I was at. And then I did it myself and I realized like what it actually means, what goes into it, that it is a business, you know, that it's fucking hard work and what you have to, what gets projected onto you and all that stuff. So it's like you'll never meet an enlightened person that will do someone down who is leaning in, who is trying, you know. I mean, really, a truly enlightened person would obviously never need to even judge or criticize anything. But even somebody who's on the journey says, oh, okay, so let's use myself, and I'm not saying I'm enlightened, but just on the journey. If somebody's leaning in, even if they're very conditioned, but if they're trying, I will never criticize them. I will always encourage them. Because I've been on the journey, I know how hard it is to lean in, as if I'm going to criticize that, even if they're spinning in some crazy projection and repressed story, but they are trying. I'm fucking there for them. You'll never get a successful business person doing down an entrepreneur. You'll never get it. You'll only get an office worker doing down an entrepreneur. So again, I think this contradicts what free speech is saying, because once you've experienced it, even if it's just small, even if you've just experienced like the feeling of putting something out there and nobody fucking watching it, like that's a big learning curve. Because obviously that's everyone's greatest fear. Like when we start, it's like, but what if no one watches it? Because then that's shame and that's failure. Like rather than learning, like this is Richard Bicker's mentality. Not realizing that we learn through play and experience and failure, which is obviously just a step towards success. It's not failure; it's just part of the journey. So yeah, I think the reason you can't imagine being a troll is one, because you're just not a fucking hateful person, but also because you've experienced being a YouTuber, so you would never ever go and just troll on someone because you know one, how that feels to receive yourself, and what it takes. You'd never criticize someone who's putting themselves out there and trying, because whilst it is a great way to earn a living and now seen as glamorous and what kids want to do and all that, and you can even project stories of celebrity onto YouTubers and see them as I'll never forget when I bumped into a couple in Werlow who had been watching my stuff, and it was like they'd met a celebrity, and obviously I'm just me. I can understand why you would think that, because if I met Charlie Veitch, I'd probably be, even though I don't particularly like him, I'd be like, oh, Charlie Veitch, like, of course. But when it's you, it's like it feels really strange because you're not, you're just fucking you. Yeah, it's really interesting, really interesting. But basically, it's yeah, I've spoken to it. I've done it. Good comment. Good chat. Thanks. So that is true. The competition applies with creators. But competition and being a troll is very different. So it takes a lot of ego, almost potential sociopathism, to even become a content creator. Like the amount you're going to have to take on. Like you have to have a huge ego, and or certainly be very motivated and um, entrepreneurially driven, risk taking. You have to have all that, and I feel like when I started YouTube, it was for very egoic reasons. It was for very attention-seeking reasons. It was for very wanting to be seen. I just failed in business again, and yeah, it's interesting because the business that failed was like this massive healing center. And then I went and basically did exactly a smaller version of the same thing in Thailand. And it was very clear that I was so hurt by the failure, the step towards success. But what seemed like failure at the time, with losing that business and the shame of it, because it was like it was based in it was a business that attracted people from the new age scene. So it was known, within that world that I was in, it was known. I was known. So it was, it was failure. Oh, Tom has failed. Oh, the center has failed. So obviously my ego fucking hated that, which was so good for me, because that's, how we do the work. When we get faced with things we can't fucking handle, and we just have to fucking crumble and eventually humble a little bit more. And fuck me, what am I talking about? Ooh, shit. It's gone again. Fucking hate it when this happens. Yeah, so I wanted to show everyone that I wasn't a failure. So I went out to Thailand and just rushed into creating another bricks and mortar business that was equally as spectacular on a smaller scale, but because it was a teak house, it was equally as spectacular. And put it on YouTube so everyone would see it. And obviously at the time I was telling myself it was this house had been come to me because I'm trusting and flowing, and I had all sorts of spiritual stories around it. But actually the reality was my ego was fucking trying to grab onto something so it didn't crack. And I can't do this. 4 hours is too long. Okay, I do know what I'm talking about. So I started my YouTube journey from a very egoic place. And I don't know if I was quite egoic enough to experience competition, because I understood the concept of trust and surrender, and that there's no such thing as competition. There's reflection, and it's, you know, it's all, you're just gonna get what you need. You don't need to grab. And whilst I was still doing that a bit for my ego, like with the creation of the Boutique House, I'd got past the stage of competition. Like that's so of the scarcity programming. That's so fear vibration. You know, there's no doubt that if you like, you know, so when I first started, I could notice a part of me that would tell myself that if I mentioned another YouTuber, that people might watch them instead of me, and that part of me would go, "Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it." But that part of me was so small, even at the start, that I would happily mention other YouTubers, and now I love mentioning other YouTubers. And like, if you're coming from a place of, if I let, you know, that basically means you think you're shit. You know, if that's manipulation, it's like, it's not like I believe I've got the audience because I deserve the audience. But if you don't believe that, and you feel like you've kind of got lucky, like, so when I started my first business, well, not my first business, my first legal business, but was a massive success. I thought I'd got lucky. I acknowledge that I had grafted non-stop for 8 years. I acknowledge that there was a lot of work, which I suppose contributed to this story. But basically, if I lost this or let go of this, that I'd never be able to create anything again. I just got lucky because I didn't trust. I didn't know who I was. I didn't know that I was a manifesting generator that creates all the fucking time and then fucks everything up, because he's not meant to hold on to things. He's just meant to experience the creation and the great humbling from the loss. So yeah, most YouTubers are operating from ego, so of course they're going to be in competition. But once you move into surrender and trust, that all just goes away. And now I'm at the point where I'm so much more aligned with the purpose, with the awakening, let's say, of humanity. We're just aligning to what I feel the universe wants me to do, much more than the fear, the control that I just spoke into. That I just want to share anyone that I feel can help people, that can guide people, that can crack through that repressive boundary about what we, you know. I'm aware when I watch my lives back that I use the word ego all the time. So you know, I might try and start using some different terms like the repression boundaries, because it's kind of the same thing. Now, what Sarzan explained the other day, which I'm going to absolutely butcher, he's all about the Uga cycles and the zodiac chart or signs or something. The zodiac cycle, maybe. I don't know if he called it Uga cycles, but he's talking about what I understand as that. I have a very small understanding, but basically we go through these cycles. Is it bronze, silver, gold? Or I can't remember. Oh no, because we're about to go into it's definitely not bronze, silver, gold. We're about to go into Aquarius, I think, which is a good one. But basically, like we go in this cycle from destruction to enlightenment to beauty to falling away. So, and this is like, when I say beauty, I mean like ethereal beings, telepathy, like all this shit. Obviously, that's just my way of understanding it. It could be different. And then it gets lost and comes back down to the shit, and we're in the shit now. We're about to go into Aquarius and start going up again. And he was explaining, all right, yeah, so in this fall, so I think Atlanta to Spinning Ball Spaz World, in this fall the ego is created. So he was explaining, oh, I'm gonna fucking butcher this. He was explaining that basically, like, when Atlantis fell, and I don't know if he even used the word Atlantis, but he was talking about, you know, what people understand as that sort of enlightened ethereal time where we weren't of the flesh. And as we descended, the ego was created as a way of the disaster basically created the ego. So things were so disastrous that the ego was born out of survival. And then the ego saved the day and took control. And now all in this current cycle, we can only be of the ego. Now, I didn't quite understand. So I don't know if you were saying it's just impossible to basically be enlightened in this cycle, or if you were saying that you can still get past the ego. I kind of drifted in and out. It's very deep and very monotone for me. So I think he was saying that, you know, you can operate beyond the ego, of course, because I feel like I'm experiencing that and I see that in others. But essentially, we're always like, whilst we're in this cycle, we are of the ego. We're not ethereal. We're not of the soul. And he was going as far as to say, like, the soul has left. You know, I mean, that might not be quite what he said, but I think it was. He was going as far as to say, like, in this vibration, the soul cannot be like it's. Okay, now I'm just putting words in his mouth. Like, I don't know if he said this at all, but I think this is basically what I heard. But like, we might still be tethered to it. Oh, we are, I think. Okay, now I'm definitely, this isn't what he said. This is me trying to understand what he said. We're tethered to it, but it's not present. It's not running the show. Like, the ego is running the show, and it's pretty much going to be that way until we start climbing back up through the Uga cycles. Fucking hell, another 30. Oh my God, people put more money in. I don't think I can do 4 hours, guys. Oh, maybe not. I think I've already bought up Paul, haven't I? I think, yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, I am tired, but what time is it? Oh my God. Oh my God. I haven't ordered any food. Fuck's sake. Let me just order some beef. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, I am really tired. I don't think we can go on this one. Oh, they've not got the beef one. Oh, I'll have the chicken for the third night in a fucking bed. Does anyone else do that? Like, eat the same thing, like, for 5 days in a row and then never eat it again? It was just me. I don't want any of that. Plus a beverage of your choice. I don't want your fucking silly cancer juice. Why are you doing that? Oh, I've clicked on combo. I don't want a fucking combo that comes with sugar juice. Oh, fuck me. Okay. So this is always a big more because I live really far out and Grab always gives them the wrong fucking address. It gives it, you know, fairly close, but so then I have to try and communicate with someone who probably sometimes they do speak English. That's not another way. No, it's not. That's the same one. You know, I have to try and redirect them to the house. I mean, Grab translates, but you know, it's not easy. And there's one. Oh my God, you'll see it. I'm so glad I filmed it. I almost didn't film it. So to get to where I am, there's, you know, it's not really a road, but let's call it a road. And then there's, you know, off that there's a dirt road. And the guy gets to the fork and sends me a message saying, do I go down the dirt road or the other one? And I put not the dirt road. Now, at the time, I was living in a house that was in between these two roads, and it had a balcony overlooking the dirt road. So I start hearing a bike approaching, so I start sending him messages saying, yes, I can hear you, go further. And I come out onto the road. And then I realise that I can hear the bike. It's not on the road, it's below, it's on the fucking dirt road. See, and this dirt road is a nightmare. It's not like a good dirt road. It's like, you can't really drive on it. But these Grab drivers have a real tenacity and determination to get you your food. I mean, I imagine it's a big deal if they don't get you their food because there's a real tenacity. And so I'm on my balcony and I'm shouting at him like, no, time out. And I actually say into the camera, I say, you know, these people are so friendly. Like, I was like, what a fucking nightmare for this guy. Like, this poor fucking guy. He's just like fought with that dirt road, and now he's going to turn around and fight with it again to get back for nothing. And I said, but you know what? He's going to turn up and he's going to be smiling because that's what these people are like. And he turns up and he's fucking furious. I got it all on camera. It's going to be great. I did feel really bad for him, man. But at the same time, I said not dirt road. I don't know how I could have been clearer. I think using the word not is, well, it translates, so it shouldn't matter. But I've realized not to use the word not, to use the word no. So the internet no work instead of not work. Instead of not working, the internet no work. Let's simplify it as much as possible. This is to, obviously, this is to people who speak a little bit of English. You know, don't speak full sentences because it's just, you know, they're doing really well to like understand a bit. If you start speaking full sentences, they've got no chance. I've got an estate agent who you've met actually, Violet, but you're going to meet her again, and she speaks really good English. And there's, I think, a very good episode where I almost sign another long-term contract on like what could have potentially been a dream house, but it's like totally the opposite of how I've operated up till now, where I've ignored all the red flags and went to these horrendous places. I find one tiny red flag in this otherwise perfect house, and I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to, you know, because I'm leaving Vietnam. So yeah, I turn it down. And but there's a big negotiation and debate with the landlord. And basically there's something I want, there's something he wants, and we both want to sign the contract, but there's a disagreement. And I speak to Violet, who then translates to him, and she has very good English. Like, she speaks, you would pretty much say perfect English. But when you use a English phrase, you've lost it, obviously. Because so I said, I don't know how we bridge this gap. And then and I saw her just looking at me, and I went, I don't know how we sort out this problem. And then she totally got it. So yeah, you can't use like phrases that are only used in England that wouldn't be taught as English. Why are we talking about that? Does anyone care? I don't know. Okay, let's scroll down the chat a bit. So getting sicky, just started talking on my channel, English Refugee, just talking what I'm thinking feels vulnerable, but I know it's what feels right. So you're creating content, are you? If I click on that, I'm too tired to fucking use the studio, man. I was going to bring up your channel, but I just don't think I've got the energy to navigate studio. Yeah, sorry, another time. But if you comment on one of my videos and remind me, I will check out your channel and obviously recommend it if it's any good, which I'm sure it will be. As long as you're being honest and vulnerable, it's not about wisdom. It's just about being vulnerable and honest. If you can truly do that, and it took me time, you know, I've walked that in my life for a long time, but to do it online is another level. So, you know, you open up as you go, and you learn to not let you just live in the minds of others less as you see how fucking insane their minds are. So yeah, if you're working that vulnerability muscle, then I will share your stuff. Alice, Tom isn't actually funny. That's what makes his video good, because he's not trying to be funny. It's so rare to see that these days, of course, on YouTube. Yeah, so I get a lot of people saying I should be a stand-up comedian. I'm like, oh, you don't get it. I don't know how to be funny. Like, so a stand-up comedian is scripted. A stand-up comedian is manipulation. I'm not knocking it. I think it's fantastic. I think it's an amazing skill. I think it's one of, one of the greatest things you can bring to humanity is humor. But manipulation isn't necessarily bad. It's just what I mean is it's like if I write this and create this and say this, then it will have this reaction. It's like manipulating the outcome. It's not surrendering and flowing. And that's how I do it. That's how I couldn't do it the other way. Like I'm not able to. Another thing people say to me a lot is, "Are you going to write a book?" And up until very recently, I've always been like, "There's just no way I could write a book. Like, I just wouldn't be able to do it." And the only reason I'm now, slightly shifting on that is just because I'm becoming more present and realizing that, like, oh, as I slow down and essentially don't do anything, like maybe I could just write. Because what stopped me being writing before is what people would call ADHD or manic, or it's been lack of patience, basically. And that is coming into my life, so I can see that it may be possible. But then the question is, what the fuck would I write? Like, would it be a life story? Would it be focusing on one aspect of my life? Would it be me sharing my understanding of spirituality, or I hate that fucking word, but I don't even know what I would want to write. I've always assumed it would just be, this is what happened in my life, but I'm kind of doing that on YouTube, so I don't know. Do people still read? Is that still a thing? I know Jet Fraser does. Don't you wake and bathe? I don't know if people still read. But yeah, it's really, I find that stand-up comedy thing really interesting because it's really is the opposite of what I do. Nothing's planned, nothing's scripted. Because that's actually harder. Like I'm not knocking that. It's actually probably more of a skill. I couldn't write a fucking script. But maybe that's because I don't need to. I don't know if it's more of a skill or not. Actually, I'm moving more towards it's not more of a skill. It's just what a more repressed person feels they have to do to be funny, to make it. And then the other thing is, as if I'd want to be in the comedy scene. Like, do you not realize how much like cancel culture goes on there? Like, as if I want to go into any sort of mainstream environment where I'm going to be penalized for being honest and not being a retard, i.e., being scared of words like racism. Albus, I agree. I love people who are naturally funny, don't have to try, and often don't even realize they're funny. Tom is like this. Yeah, totally. It's just the best, isn't it? Like trying, like jokes are never funny, unless it's a very talented comedian. But often, the best ones are actually when they're riffing with the crowd. Ah, no, I could see myself doing that potentially. Basically doing this, but with a crowd, but just ripping people apart. But would anyone pay 20 quid to be ripped apart? I don't know. And I'm not big enough yet to do an event where people would turn up. But there is potential for it. There is potential for it. And what you've got to what I try and remember is there's people like this. There's people that really value it and really like me. Because it's very, can I remember what I was going to say? It's like I shared in the last live about it took somebody borderline begging me, but like going on and on at me to set up a buy me a coffee before I felt the self-worth to set up a buy me a coffee. And then when I did it, I got a shitload of donations. And now it will be a similar story with creating a live event like in public. Like as if I can create a live event, as if anyone wants to see me. But actually, the reality would be that there are plenty of people, but obviously, whilst my audience is 6,000 people, it wouldn't be a high enough percentage, I'm sure. If it ever got to 100,000 or anything like that, then I think there would be potential for that. But it's very hard to, it's funny because, the ego, basically, people assume that the ego is like arrogant, but it's not. It's just trying to trick you. And it doesn't matter if it does that through people pleasing and disempowerment or arrogance and narcissism. It doesn't matter how it does it, as long as it's got you. So you know it's an ego story of inferiority, of not being good enough, which I'm starting to realize isn't true. Thanks to people like you, Albus Adventures. And if anyone was to throw in £10, then that would make me realize it's even more. It would be a great act for humanity, because then I could give them. Albus, what do these buttons do? I can delete you, I can put you in a timeout, or I can ban you, but I can't subscribe to you, sadly. But everyone, check out Albus Adventures and check out Getting Sticky now, because they're clearly very good people who are leaning in to vulnerability and authenticity. The best friend. But it is also just a very good way of describing it. I mean, so I was listening to somebody the other day and they were like, authenticity is just honesty. He was like, there's no difference between the two. Like, why have we changed the word? And I was like, there is a difference. What's the difference? I couldn't find one. Oh yeah, no, I did find one. I think it's just in context of how people see the word. So I think when people, and you can say a man lives honestly, so there isn't really any difference. But honesty, I just feel has a context of like speaking, like he spoke honestly, or he was honest in this moment. Whereas I feel like authenticity encapsulates it as a life more, you know, as a way of being. Now, obviously, you could have honesty as a way of being. Like it really is actually the same word. But I just wonder if that's either it's just a fucking spiritual ego buzzword that's been created, and honesty was fine, or it is a bit more expanded and encapsulating, and kind of points towards a total dedication to and trust of that goes into every cell of your body, and therefore your way of being, rather than just being honest in a moment. What do you think of that? You'll have to watch the other channel. It's all unfolding. I'll tell you because it gives us something to talk about. No. No, not yet. It's coming. So there's I do a whole video on this, so I don't really want to go into it. And is it released today or tomorrow? It's either today or tomorrow, but I recorded it today, so it'll probably be released tomorrow because I've got about 3 or 4 videos, I think. Because I've just been recording so much, yeah, and you can't share more than 3 videos. Like when I share 3 videos, it's too many. Like they don't get the views that I'd get if I shared 1 or 2 videos. So I've kind of accepted that I can't really share more than 2 videos a day. But I'm also getting to a place where I'm just like, fuck it, it doesn't matter. It's not about the numbers. Like that's not trusting, that's controlling, that's trying to manipulate. Just fucking, if you've got lots to say, just fucking share it all. But then I've also noticed that my videos have gone back to kind of like, so this is on the other channel. So I went through this period of just riffing and them being like 40 minutes to an hour long. And then now they're back down to like 10 minutes and I'm speaking about specific, I can't say this word, specific subjects, and obviously going off on those tangents like I do, but you know, keeping it much more to a point. But that's happened since I started doing lives. So of course I can't just go out there and fucking riff for hours because I've got it out. You know, because it is, my content is all what is present. It isn't you know, if I've said it and it's moved through me, it can't really come again. You know, maybe it will come again in a slightly you know, different version, but because when you're essentially trying to assist people in their awakening, so here's the wall of the ego, and like you can say a sentence like this and boring like this. So you're basically saying the same thing, but you kind of not regurgitate, come at it from a different angle, because there's so many angles to everything because of the paradox that we live in and the spectrum we live on. And eventually, you know, one of these sentences might just allow that little crack. What the fuck am I talking about? I don't fucking know. Everyone's a loser, baby, that's a thing. Sam, I saw you when you was making that so Sheffield. You was making, our kid. I saw you. Hey, cock! I saw you when you was making. I love it. It's so Sheffield. I've missed it. I saw you when you was making the video on Woodseas, but didn't want to disturb you. It's a shame, man. I mean, yeah, when you watch someone like Charlie Veach and people are literally like, Charlie, when he's filming, like it's a fucking retarded thing to do. If you're gonna go up to him and like really be like, you know, Charlie, I fucking love your work and you're happy to be in the video, then great. But I think when you're on my scale, and particularly, I mean, my scale now, but definitely the scale I was on when I was in Sheffield, like tiny, a YouTuber will really appreciate you coming up to them, especially if they're on the streets. Maybe if I was in the woodlands and I was clearly like riffing into a subject, but when you're in Woodseas, what you're actually doing is if you see a YouTuber who films on the streets, Charlie Beach type content, that genre, which I was doing, they're desperate for you to come up to them. They're desperate for content, and you might be the content. You know? Yeah, always do it if you feel you want to. Yeah, I think it would be really good for the channel. I mean, I wouldn't do it for that reason. Like, genuinely, when I set out, I was absolutely had the intention of traveling for YouTube. But again, I was coming from naivety because I wasn't coming from experience. I hadn't experienced non-stop traveling. The most I'd ever done, I'd lived in Thailand for a year, but I'd only lived in 2 places. So there was only one move involved. And then I had backpacked several times for no more than 3-4 weeks, maybe. And also, I was, you know, of the external when I did that. So I had no experience of it. I had no reference for it. You know, and I just believed the sort of, you know, the story, what we all believe, and what you know, the influencers show you. But it's amazing, and of course, it's the best way, best life ever, and it's just fucking a joy, and you know, there's no challenge to it. Traveling is fucking exhausting, absolutely exhausting, and that's in really good countries. So these YouTubers that go to India for clicks, I respect it. I know why they do it. You know, they want to create a big channel. I would also like to create a big channel. I would also like to, you know, if it was possible for me to clone myself and send a clone to India to get the content, you know, I would see value in that. Obviously, let's not get into that. If I had the energy to go to India, I would do it. Sometimes I think about, you know, could I go to Nepal? One, because I kind of want to see it, but two, for the content. But there's just this knowing that I don't want. So basically, I've moved to a place of like, no, I want to find the country that I want to live in. And that's more important to me than how big my YouTube channel is. As long as I'm making enough money to survive, which I am, and right now, I think it's safe to say that people don't watch me for my for covering where I am. They watch me because they find me funny or they project onto me or whatever. So I don't see how that's going to change. I don't think it matters where I live in terms of surviving, keeping the channel as big as it is and just growing slowly as it inevitably will. I am trying to answer your question, I promise. I just can't. I just love a fucking tangent, man. My mind just goes. I mean, you know, this is why people find me interesting, because my mind never stops. Like this is my mind. You know, when I'm learning to be more present, and I'm learning to not be of the thoughts. You know, there's a constant debate going on in my mind. You know, I'm constantly analyzing everything all the fucking time. So it's impossible for me to speak about anything without going off into all these fucking tangents that are just fucking there in my mind. So I had no intention of covering Europe. And this was partly because I had just experienced extreme tyranny, and tyranny is more than enough. I just experienced extreme tyranny living in the UK from my own government and police force and media companies and every single institution and authority that is in that country. So I was very anti Europe, anything that felt like it. You know, I wanted to go to the furthest, most craziest place. but now, you know, I've experienced. So I've experienced one traveling. I've experienced two South America and more Central America. Now I've experienced longer term Southeast Asia. And I've realized that one, I can't travel, and two, I need to live around my own people. So we are heading back to Europe. But ironically, originally I would have thought that would have been bad for the channel. Because I'd have thought people want, I assumed, because you can only perceive from your own perception. So I projected that, like myself, people were more interested in far out places. But actually, I think people are a lot more risk averse than me, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, because I get into a lot of shit, although I don't really see that as a bad thing, because it's all part of, you know, the humbling and the learning of it, forcing it into surrendering. But I think there's a lot more people who are desiring to leave the UK. I don't know if it's more, but there's certainly as many people who are desiring to leave the UK, but not wanting to go to a completely different culture. So it will be really interesting to show that and experience that. I'm looking forward to experiencing it, actually. You know, there's sadness about leaving Southeast Asia, but there's a lot of excitement about being back in Europe. I was going to say I love it, and then I was going to say it drives me crazy. It's all of the fucking spectrum. You know, these parts of us, you know, like I was literally, like, there's literally two voices in my head right now. One going, I fucking love South America, Southeast Asia, I don't want to leave. And there's another one just going, we have to go back to Europe. Like, what are you doing? It's basically the inner child and the father figure. Oh God, what archetype would it be? It's king archetype and hero archetype playing out, I think, against each other. Not against each other, but just in the dynamic that is inevitable. You know, the king knows, and the king is trying to reassure the hero. Or it's not the hero, it will be one of the shadow archetypes, which I can't remember. It will be the shadow of the king. What's the shadow of the king? I can't remember. What's the shadow archetype of the king archetype, coming from a king, warrior, magician, lover perspective? In Jungian archetype, the two faces of a king, the maturing king, the tyrant king, the weakling king. Yeah, I'm not sure if it is that, actually. It might be the shadow of it. It's so long since I've fucking done this shit. And very few of you will even know what I'm talking about anyway, and I'll be boring the shit out of you. Oh, we've actually gained 5 people. Is anyone going to throw any more money in? We are doing 4 hours and a quarter. I'm fucking slogging here, man. I'm slogging. I'll go till half, 4.5, unless someone throws some more money in, and then we might try and go for the 5. Fuck me, man. I can't believe it. I can't believe how well it's going, and that's not me saying it's particularly good. Like how well it's going from the perspective of I'm still a novice at this. So I just need to check my Grab food order. Oh, I just need to send him the instructions, otherwise he'll get lost. So I have to take a screenshot and draw an arrow. And then send him some instruction. Follow the arrow. Don't go right up the hill. Did we finish riffing on that? I think we finished riffing on that. Yeah, and then there's also just like the self-love element to it, like the which, you know, I prefer describing that as trust, really, because it's the less push now. So like really doing what I want to do over what is good for YouTube, and just, you know, just trusting that, you know, whatever I want to do will be interesting for enough people for me to live a relatively abundant life. And by that I just mean being able to do things that are good for me and serve me well, So, you know, maybe buying a sauna, or, you know, I'd like to buy a Tesla machine, but I'm not interested in like a car or hookers. Here's someone who knows. Hi, Tom. I've been traveling Southeast Asia for 10 years plus and awake about 15 years, mid 40s English. Your channel popped up for me since you've been in Vietnam. I might send you an email later if that's okay. Yeah, of course. Email is in the description. I always like connecting with people who've like really lived it. You know, because again, like I say, it's all about experience. You know, the amount of people that will tell me how to live my life from England who have never fucking left Europe. I mean, it's just so meaningless because they've never experienced it. Oh, here's some good self-reflecting. This person is good. Definitely check out this person's channel. I used to be the most competitive person as a child and teenager. Me too. How I have grown since then. Nicely recognized. I used to want to be seen as something. Oh, this person's good. This person's good. This person isn't just being vulnerable. This person's wise. I used to want to be seen as something. So glad I am not that person anymore. Yeah, man. The desire to be seen as something. So that's what I really spoke into with the whole Thailand thing, and why I did the Teak House. And, you know, it was a desire to be seen as something after failure, and that failure was also the desire to be seen as something. And everything I'd done in my life up until that point was, and then and so was being a YouTuber. And then there was the great humbling in my parents' spare bedroom, which the plebs loved to try and use against me. Oh my God, he lived in his parents' spare bedroom. It was the most powerful time of my life. But they'll never understand that because they um, don't understand, because they are just of the ego. Like, they don't understand the concept of cracking of the ego and that you need these humblings, like, because you'll never do it otherwise. But that is why the external is getting so crazy, because the internal of people is being reflected. So as the external gets more and more terrifying, people will start cracking and doing the work. So that's why you don't need to get angry about Keir Starmer and all these bioweapons. Now, I know I'm fucking saying, not necessarily following my own words, because I do get very angry, but you know, really they're working for the light too, because if it wasn't for them, no one would wake up. I'm not sure what that time means. No, quite the opposite, actually. So again, this is the projection of the retard. So it's the exact opposite to what you would think. So while I was unconscious, I was never going to lose my money. Because money was my god. So it was all I valued. It was all I put my energy into, and therefore a lot of it came to me. And then I woke up. So it was the absolute opposite of pissing it against the wall. In terms of, I take that to mean like hedonism, you know, materialism. And there was a lot of that earlier on. Like, I bought Porsches, I bought G-Wagons, I did all that. But that wasn't how I lost my money. I lost my money by waking up. And then whilst I was still of the ego and still trying to be seen as, so basically I used my money to buy my way to the top of the spiritual scene. I'm not saying I actually was at the top of the spiritual scene, but that's what my attempt was, by creating England's most incredible healing center with my money. So basically, there was still a lot of ego involved. There was still a lot of wanting to be seen as something. But also there was this shift towards altruism, to being for the good, for trying to help. And that became, whilst money was still a massive focus for me. But through the journey of the humbling of the community center, so I did start the community center with money as my main goal, and this kind of story of like, it's a healing center, which it was, but money was a goal. And through the fact that the money never fucking came, and I had to fucking, you know, really observe that part of myself, and well, basically feel the pain of that. And as long as I kept holding on to that being the focus, I was just going to be in turmoil and resentment, because it was never coming. You know, that business was never, with me running it honestly and authentically, it was never, it needed to be, it's a success now. The people I passed it on to have made a success of it, because they run it as a love and light center. There's no shadow work, there's no reflection, there's no authenticity, there's no honesty. It's all spiritual ego and feathers in ears and nice spiritual dresses. and like, you know, sound baths, Reiki. So it was never going to be a success. People aren't ready for a show. Shit. Hello? You see picture I send you? Oh, hello, yes. Right, he did great. The last two have done really well. Usually I have to do a lot of texting and explaining, but he found it just based on a picture. Oh, I'm really tired of my field today. Let's just check to the bottom of the chat. Yeah, this has been way too long. I just fucking hate people like this. So this is like, you know, people who try and be funny, and they're never fucking funny. Oh. Yeah, they just want to confuse because they're so confused. So again, they're projecting out their external. You know, they get through by just chatting gibberish and thinking it's funny. It's just, this is why you'll never have a YouTube channel. You'll never be anything other than a fucking slave. Oh my God, like, do they really think that's funny? Awful, just awful. Let's get rid of this person. Ban and delete. Just awful. It's like having a 3-year-old in the chat. Fuck me, man. It's just desperate, isn't it? It's fucking desperate. Like the level of desperation to not wake up, to just live in gibberish, just live in nonsense, to the point where you're actually speaking gibberish and thinking it's of any sort of value. And maybe like the value they think is in it is in it causing confusion, or it might piss someone off, or I just can't understand how they think there's any value in it. Like, how can they not see like what a reflection of what a confused person they are, of what a the opposite of integrity, the opposite of stoic, the opposite of anything anyone would ever look up to or want to be around. Like you're only ever going to attract other retards, but then that's all you can deal with. So then you get these. So this is how like Antifa is born, and like just these or the Pride March, like just these retard groups. Where it's the only way they can relate to others who are retarded. It's like, you know, I told you the story of my mate who was a crackhead, and I invited him into my apartment, and then he invited his friend around, and they were communicating non-stop and were making no sense. They were just speaking gibberish. But they, to them, like they understood each other. Like they didn't understand each other. They didn't need to understand each other. They weren't seeking understanding. They were just seeking noise and distraction and chaos. And they both provided that for each other. And that's exactly what these blue-haired, furry, fucking dick chopping off cunts do for each other. Alright, guys, thanks so much. I hope it's been fun. Have you had fun? Did we have fun, people? I've enjoyed it. Oh, and you know what? I want to thank you guys for getting me through what would have been a really frustrating 2 hours, because they've gone really quiet now. Have the doors open? Oh, they've even closed the doors. Amazing. It's 10 p.m. The kids would have gone to bed. So I know I'm in peace. Unless the fucking cows come again. I'll just tell you this and then I'll go. 2 nights ago. So there's like all sorts of animals. It's not that many. There's not like super interesting ones, but there are. Is it today that I released Wild Horses Won't Pull Me Away? Watch that video, man. It's titled, I'm pretty sure it's titled Wild Horses Can't Pull Me Away. I think it's a really good video, and it's got these horses in it that are sort of wild. And what the fuck am I talking about? Oh, yeah. So, I see them in the forest, and then sometimes they come as far as where I live. And then there's these bulls who are featured on my videos as well. Well, cows, which include bulls. And they're pretty scary, but they're not really. Like, I don't think they actually, like, they do stare at you when you go near them. Like, they absolutely stare at you. And I think, like, if you went up to a calf, they'd probably have you. And they wear a bell for a reason, so the locals have put a bell around their neck. As one does with a bull. I don't think that's a Vietnam thing. And don't get distracted. What are you doing? It's hard enough to fucking stay on point, especially after 4 hours and half a joint. It's got. You've got to do that. Yeah, so these bulls have a bell around the neck. So it's like, I don't know, 11:30 at night, and I'm pretty much gone, and then suddenly, like, bing, 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 bing. And, I've had a couple of joints, so, it's possible to be a little paranoid. And, at first I'm like, what the fuck is thinking? And then I realised, I'm like, it must be the bulls. Like, it must be around the house. But there was loads of them. So it was non-stop dinging. So I start, going, so I look out the window and I can't see them. So then I start being like, is this paranormal? Like, what's going on here? But, like, that's the part of me that's going off into all abstract possibilities. Like, I'm not holding on to that as a real possible reality, but it was just a noticing that story is occurring in this part of my mind. Whilst this part of my mind is going, no, it's definitely the bulls, Tom. You're just going to have to accept it. You can't fucking move them, obviously. And, you're just going to have to surrender to it and go to sleep anyway. Or you can not surrender to this lesson, but we'll just come back tomorrow in another form if you don't, and put on a YouTube video and try and drown it out. And then there's this other part of me going like, fuck me, there's some fucking some sort of ethereal being outside dangling some fucking bell. Welcome to my mind, people. Why am I telling you about that? The bulls. Why am I telling you about the bulls? I don't fucking know. All right, yeah. So I know I'm going to have a quiet night tonight now. There's going to be no more activity going on. Everyone's in bed around me. And as long as the bulls don't come, should have a quiet night. I hope you enjoyed that story. I'll see you later. Thank you. Oh, I should have just done one final shout out and thank you to Debbie, who has been incredibly kind and donated 3 times. A tribe called Duff. Delightfully not. Is just such a massive supporter and has been for such a long time. Thank you. And Debbie came in again because she's an absolute superstar. And then Getting Sticky got involved, getting sticky with it. And then Spiritual Warrior jumped in. And then we had Handsome Paul, who's been on my channel for a long time. Big love to that guy. And then Debbie, like, just couldn't fucking stop. And then Paul White came in. Big Paul White. All right, thanks, guys. Big love. Really appreciate you being here. And a massive, massive extra thank you to those who supported me financially. It's very much appreciated. Oh, I thought that was ending it. I thought that was a perfect end. I gave a nice smile and that was it. But no, there's another button to click. So let's try it again. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching. I'll see you later.